もし荒滝派が何か問題を起こしたら、あいつらを引っ張ってでも謝りに行くよ。
Hey, what's up, wrong person? Good to see you again, man. How you doing? Farmed 11.4k Primos and Wuthering Waves today. How do you farm Primos? Well, whatever it's called there, whatever they're called in Wuthering Waves. I guess what? Okay, the main story quests or whatever other quests you got there, exploration and stuff. But 11k, huh? Not bad. It's Lisa's birthday. Hey, what's up, Shinrin? Well, for me that was yesterday, but yes, I get that that's for you, that's today, yeah. It seems Lisa still holds a very special place in your heart, huh? And my speaker stopped working. Okay, I can hear again. Alright, my speaker stopped working again. Only 28k more to guarantee her? Oh, I guess you're talking about whatever her name was from yesterday's stream. You were going crazy about her. 100% regions, do quests, do events, etc. Ah, I see. Yeah, like so I'm subscribed to one of those channels where like most of their videos are 100%ing regions in Genshin, and I saw them upload videos for Wuthering Waves too, completing the regions, completing exploration and stuff. Or did you actually do it yourself? You'll always be my favorite. Oh. I mean, just the fact that there are other attractive, new attractive characters now doesn't mean she's less attractive, right? I'm struggling to find 100% regions for Wuthering Waves. Try. So I saw, how many regions are there? Hang on. I saw the channel I'm subscribed to upload 100% regions, region videos. Hang on, what was her name again? I just can't remember her name. Oh, Kim Dao Game. Yeah, Kim Dao Game. I think I saw her upload 2. Let me see. Is it 2? No, 3? Oh no, 2. So 3 videos. One is called all 126 Sonans casket, whatever that is, 100% Jinzhou, and 100% Gorges of Spirits. I mean, like, I don't know what that means, but it seems like 2 regions, and the other one seems to be like collecting something. You found channels that post those? May I have the channel name? Yeah, Kim Dao Game. Make sure to check out the one that specifically says Kim Dao Game, because I think she has multiple channels, and her other channels are not about gaming. Hey, what's up, Unrevealed? How you doing, man? Like one Sumeru plus Liyue sized region, I think. Oh my god, really? Sumeru plus Liyue? So Sumeru alone in Genshin is already very big. And Sumeru plus Liyue? Jeez. I could never. Hey, Unrevealed, since you're here, oh hey, what's up, Blob? Long time no see, man. I have a question for you, Unrevealed. So what is... So what is, like, is there... So what I've noticed is you seem to... Like, when you do the Alhaitham hold E into plunge, so you get all 3 mirrors instantly, right? And so after that, I seem to only have 2 waves of the rain sword, the Dendro rain sword things, like sword rain things. Is that normal, or is there a way for me to get more of the 3rd stack? From my understanding, the Dendro sword rain thing is what you get for having the 3rd mirror. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. And it seems like I'm only able to get 2 waves after I do the hold plunge, hold E into plunge, and I seem to only have 2 waves of those after using the burst as well. So is there a way for me to maintain my 3rd mirror for longer? Not sure, it's been a while since I logged in. There's 1.1 dropping in about 16 days or so. New region, new story. Oh, I guess you're gonna have a lot more work when that update comes out. But yeah, how many regions are there in Wuthering Waves anyway? Like, regions that you've completed and like in total. You need to hit the plunge on the enemy to trigger the 3rd attack. Oh yeah. No, I get that. Like, that's like normal, right? Oh yeah, that's right. Wait, do I get 3? I think I get 3, because like as soon as I do the plunge attack, I think one of those Dendro sword rain waves, like one of those waves, like instantly happens as soon as your plunge hits. And then like after that, I start, no, the 2 waves that I'm talking about is like after I start doing normal attacks. Like, as I'm just spamming normal attacks, I seem to only have 2 waves of the 3rd stack after that, and then no more. Oh hey, good to see you again, Jelly. How you doing, man? It falls down really going to from 3 to 1 again. Sorry, it falls down. Oh hey, what's up, Thriller? Good to see you, man. It falls down really going from 3 to 1 again. Dance, what? Salamin by Beanie for more mirror. What? What is this genre? I don't know who to pull. Oh, it's alright, Blob. Hey, okay. If you could tell us a bit more information about your account and like your thought process. Like, tell us a little bit more about what you feel like you need on your account, or like, I don't know, like what teams you are trying to build but are not, you're not done building them yet. Like, tell us a little bit about your account. Maybe we can help you make a decision. You only have 2 waves and 3 stack mirrors, and so is every stack. Ah, I see. So is there no way to like consistent way rather, not some like weird copium way, like using Venti hold E so that you get a wind current so that you could just do a plunge anytime, or like genuine no, like nothing copium like that. No, like actual like a consistent way. So I guess there's no consistent way to just have 3 stacks or 3 mirrors indefinitely. 1, 2, 3. That's how the game mirrors. Unless you plunge, it becomes 3. Oh, or unless you ult without mirror. Just stop talking to in cryptic. I mean, like, if you want people to respond to you, I guess. Otherwise, sure, keep going. I have 2 built DPSs. Those are my only built characters. Okay, so who are they? Who are they and what teams do you currently have with them? And what teams do you, like, are those teams, like, your long-term teams with them? Or, like, are they your, like just the team that you have right now because you don't have anything else? There's a 12-second cooldown to generate 1 stack on the plunge and charge. Oh, I see. Okay, so I guess that's like a hard limit then. I see. Okay. Yeah. I think I remember that from like, now that you mentioned that the 12-second cooldown, now it sounds familiar, and I think I might have read that like way back then when Alhaitham got released. Like when I took the time going through and reading through his kit. Yeah, it seems familiar now. Also, don't use burst when you have mirrors because it will consume the mirror depending on the mirror count. Oh yeah. Like I generally try to save my burst for around halfway through my skill cooldown. So in that way, like I will have, and sometimes even like I don't even use my burst. I sometimes use my burst as like a way for me to have like a backup way to get the infusion, the Dendro infusion, or to get the mirrors. Like for example, if I mess up my rotation, like I forget to use somebody's off-field ability, like I forget to do Fuki E, or I forget to use Yelan Burst, or something like that. And then I'll like swap off of Alhaitham and then I'll come back to Alhaitham and then use the Q so that I could get the infusion again for the rest of the rotation. Anya is Kokomi, Diona, Albedo. Kokomi, Diona, and Albedo. So, sorry, what? Sorry, what is your goal with this team, Blob? You're freezing enemies with Diona, Kokomi, and Ganyu, but you're also shattering them with Albedo. So sure, I guess it's a freeze team, but because you have a Geo off-field damage, it is also shattering the frozen enemies, which means they're not frozen for a long time. Clea, Zhongli, Xingqiu, and whoever else I put. Zhongli, Xingqiu. Okay, so that makes sense. Whoever else I put. I see. Alright. Do you have any, I guess, goals or like anything you are, you want to have on your account? Like a specific team archetype that you've been wanting to have or wanting to play around with for a long time now. So for Ganyu, I think, like if you want, oh, you know what? Furina works really well with Ganyu. Like if you know, because you seem to be using a freeze team, right? So have if you have, especially if you have Chevrolet. I almost said Chevrolet. Charlotte. Yeah, if you have Charlotte, then yes, Furina works very well with Ganyu in a freeze team. So run a team like Kazuha, Ganyu, Charlotte, Furina. Yeah, that's been my go-to freeze team for quite a while now. Ever since I got Furina. Albedo's my favorite. He will be on a team. Okay. Then you put Albedo with Klee. So, cause like you have Zhongli, Klee. Who else was it? Xingqiu. So you already have some form of vape. Okay, so I don't think you're gonna vape very consistently. I don't think Klee is gonna be able to vape very consistently because like the fact that she's a catalyst user means like every attack from her is going to be a chance to apply pyro. So you have a lot of pyro application. Although Xingqiu applies a lot of hydro. On top of that, you also have Zhongli's pillar potentially hitting enemies, and like when you put Albedo in there, you also have another source of elemental input that will take away even more of your hydro application from Xingqiu. So I think it's okay. Like if you seem to really like Klee, and you know like you said you like Albedo, so put your Albedo in your Klee team, and then you now have just a fixed Klee team, right? Like that's it. You don't have to worry about like, oh, who should I use for the fourth character on this team this time. So, yeah. And then I would recommend Furina for your Ganyu freeze team. Oh, hey, what's up, Anoko? Good to see you, man. What's up, Ice Bear? Easy skip. Well, I mean, that's easy for you to say. Yeah, you're not really interested. Like that's not the type of character you're interested in. Right? This is the type of character you're interested in. So it's pretty easy for you to say that this is an easy skip. When Alhaitham first infusion using skill ends, I like to swap him off to Cookie, use her ult, back to Alhaitham, and ult on top of Cookie's ult. That's actually not bad. That's actually not bad, yeah. That way you get a ton of... So, do you... Okay, I think... No, I guess you don't really need to have your Cookie built in that kind of team. Not worrying about losing 50-50 on Furina's banner again. Oh, man. Are you... How... Are you short on Primos and on 50-50? He's not into boba. Well, she's not into boba, but yes. I mean, Furina is more value. I want power of bobas. Oh, hey, what's up, Itachi? Good to see you again, man. I'm not into boba levels. In the world of biased, value doesn't have any meaning. I've guaranteed. So, okay. What did you think? Yeah, what did you think about like what I said, Blob? About just going for Furina, you know, for a potential improvement on your Ganyu freeze team, and like just putting Albedo in with Klee. I mean, like it kind of works, right? Like if you're into that kind of stuff, like into like making putting characters that know each other together, Albedo is sort of Klee's like I guess watcher, or like the guy in charge of taking care of her. Finally got Alhaitham after doing 170 pulls. Oh, 170. I mean, like he's good, yeah, but like 170 pulls good. Maybe. I mean, I guess, yeah, sure. I guess it's worth it, but I mean, congrats. Yeah. I guess it's worth it, but it's gonna sting for a while. For quite a while. Yeah, like you're gonna be happy, but you're gonna be limping. You're gonna be like, "Hey, mom, I got it. I won the lottery, but I lost a leg for it. So, I'll be limping for a while until I can regrow a new leg." I'd say no to Alhaitham. If I had the primos, my priority is her and her weapon. Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. Oh, speaking of Mighty, have you gotten Clorinde yet? Genshin's gotcha system really is a cash grab. That's actually a fascinating topic to have right now. So, if you think about it, the okay, sorry, not this. Uh, so when we go into details, like, and you look at the your odds of winning, so every wish from zero, no, obviously not zero, one, from 1 to 90, every wish that you do has a 0.6% chance of getting a 5-star. And if you haven't gotten a 5-star that's not currently the rate up banner on the rate up banner, then that means your next 5-star will be guaranteed, right? So essentially, super hard pity would be 180 wishes, right? Like up to 90. But if you think about it, these like like if you hire like a professional like statistics professor or something and ask them to do the math, you, you're probably, yeah, you're very likely going to hear from them. These rates are exactly just a little bit more, no, sorry, just a little bit out of reach from all the free currency that we get every patch. Just a little bit. Unless if you get slightly lucky every time. Like, for example, okay, so, and now I've never done the math. Obviously, I've never counted exactly how many primos we get every patch. Or rather every, because like every patch there are 2 sets of banners, right? So like every half patch. But I'm willing to bet that the amount of primo, like free primo gems, that we get from events, from exploration, from all the world quests, all the Archon quests, like every piece of content that is available in the game, exploration included, is barely just barely not enough to get to soft pity. I mean, yeah, like maybe in half a patch you might get up to like 50, maybe 40-ish, if you do all the exploration, etc. Like for if there's a new region, if there's a new quest, etc. And then like if you average that out, including patches that don't have a new region, don't have an Archon quest, or like some special, something that doesn't happen every patch. If you average that out, you're very likely to get a number that is just enough to get you to like maybe almost 40 pulls. Yeah, almost 40 pulls every half patch, and around almost 80 pulls every entire patch. And they did the math on that. They did. I'm very sure they did the math on that. They did the math on exactly how many primos chests are going to give, like each type of chest is going to give, and how many of each specific type of chest is going to be in like each region that they release. And I'm sure they did the math for exactly how much a single pull costs. 160. Because these, like, when you get up to scale, the scale of this amount of money making, you never leave anything to chance. You never want to leave anything to just, on a whim. Like 160 sounded like a nice round number. No, like definitely. And so 160, right? So, and I'm very sure that these were perfectly calculated so that they just so happen to. Okay, let's count. 6, 480, 160. Okay, so look at this. So if we divide 6,480 by 160, so we come up with 40.5, which means, like, if in case you have exactly 6480 Primo Gems, that means you'll be able to do 40 pulls, and you'll have 80 left. But then you're like, oh no, well, okay, I guess I have to buy a little bit more now so that I could use up this last 80. And then what you do is, okay, you look at this. Oh, okay, well, I guess that opens up something, right? So, oops. Okay, so you get this and you're like, oh, well, that's just 140. I need another 20. So you either buy another one of this, and you still have extra. You'll still have 40 left. And then you think that, oh, well, if I buy another 2 of this, then I'll be able to make one more pull. Or instead of buying 3 of these, I'll just get 1 of this. And then I'll have 80 plus I'll have 380. But then, once you use up your 2 pulls that you can get out of that, you'll be left with 60. So now you're left thinking again, okay, so if I buy 2 more of these, then I can do 1 more pull. Yeah, so like all of these amounts, including those bonuses that they say they're gonna give, those have been perfectly calculated to make you keep going.
Clorinde だ。よろしく頼む。代理決闘の依頼ならば、まずは状況について教えて。
That
人間関係についての説明は
was a
私には関係ない。
perfectly calculated wish. Okay, no. Streamer luck, no. I was at like 73 pity already. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. Okay, 75. Yeah, 70. See, that was my 76th pull. But I did win 50-50, so that's okay. That I got lucky there as well. I got lucky there as well. 76 pity, yeah. I've been using like look at this. I'm pretty sure you guys noticed that I had exactly enough for just 1 wish. Yeah, that means every time I got, like, since day 1 of when this banner came out, I've been like, and I ran out of primos. I've been using, like, every time I get enough for a pull, I use it. Because I was so close to pity. Also, somebody asked for my Alhaitham build, I believe. So this is my Alhaitham build. So, like, don't take this too seriously. That is with the most broken, at least, crit value wise, sword in the game. Like, this is like 100 crit value, I think, just from the sword. But yeah, so those are my stats. I am on 4 gilded, C0 of course, because I'm not a whale. I crowned his skill because I think it's worth it. Yeah. Anyway, any of you guys use Alhaitham? very frequently. Like, can you tell me, is it worth leveling up his normal attacks to level 9? Like, is it worth the Mora and talent materials? I already have enough talent materials. I already used up the resin to farm for it. I'm just, just asking if it's worth it because, like, I might need these for, like, another character in the future, or, like, I might need these for another thing in the future. And the Mora, I mean, okay, whatever. Right. But yeah, like, is it still worth it, though? Nah, but I still triple crown him, lol. Pretty acceptable, at least at one. Yeah, that it was like all right. I'm actually very happy right now. Obviously, but of course it's nighttime, so I can't scream and shout and yell and stuff. Oh dear. Oh no, did I farm for that weapon? I think I did. I hope I did. Oh yikes, I didn't even make it yet. Okay, well, I guess I'll be doing my weekly bosses a bit later then. You simping Clorinde, that's why Nivellet got mad at you during his banner? He was like, what a distasteful young man. Okay, not young man, but like, what a distasteful gentleman. No, not gentleman. Dude. Why are you ogling my assistant bodyguard? Whatever. What is Clorinde even to Nivellet? I have no idea. Use Iron Sting R5? No. I got this. Where is it called? There. I've already farmed for this, so I'm gonna use it. And I don't think I have enough of the thing. The underwater crystals thing. Let me see. Is that enough? How many do I need? 50. Oh no, I don't have enough. Okay. Alright, I need to farm a little bit. Congrats. Thank you, wrong person. Appreciate it, man. Back to the stream, suddenly this account has Clorinde. Yeah, yep. I got really lucky. I won 50-50. I was already at way into soft pity. I was at 75 pity at the time. But I was on 50-50, and I'm so lucky that I won 50-50. Because this account is certainly not my luckiest account. No siree. Let me see. Where? Okay, I think I remember there are a couple over here too. I missed the button reveal? No, don't worry. We're gonna reveal those buttons in a bit over here. There's gonna be like an actual revealing. Hopefully not too much, because this is YouTube, family friendly and all, I think that should be 250. Oh, there. Use Overload Clorinde, Lion's Roar. Oh yeah, that's right. I heard that Lion's Roar is pretty decent on her. But I also heard that the Finale of the Deep is just quite a bit better than most of her other free-to-play weapons. Because like so at least according to what I heard, that most of her other free-to-play weapons other than Finale of the Deep are better than the other situationally, whereas Finale of the Deep just seems to be outright better than like most other weapons. Also, wait a moment. Sorry. I forgot. This is my main account. This is my main account. So, okay, I'm gonna have to watch out for the, like make sure I don't overcap on crit rate though. So, uh, and okay, wait. On top of that too, look, look at what else I have on this account. So I also heard that this black sword is actually pretty good on her, and apparently it's even better than Finale, is what I heard. I don't know how true that is. Black sword R4. Stop. Okay, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about why I have R4 of this. Okay. Well, I don't want to talk about it, but I'm going to talk about it. So, okay, you all know that this is my main account, right? Well, okay, now you know because I'm telling you. But yeah, this is my main account. And if you can see here, where is she? Yeah, there you go. So, Kaching on this account is leveled. Not geared, because it's on Alhaitham now. All her gear is on Alhaitham now. But, she is leveled. And her talents are also, well, kind of leveled. So, because this is my main account, obviously, I started Genshin on this. And, I'm not... I'm an idiot when it comes to video games. It takes me a very long time to like understand how a game works, especially when I have when I'm playing with when I have nobody else that I know of that's playing it that I can like throw ideas on the wall with. So it's just literally me trying to figure out how it works. And Kaching was at the time I thought the only DPS I had. And so I thought, well, I know that her charged attacks seem to do better than her normal attacks, but if I have a weapon that gives me normal... Oh, well, apparently this also gives charge attack damage. Yeah, that gives me normal charge attack damage and healing, because I was dying all the time back then, because Barbara just isn't a good healer. Maybe this sword is good for her. And then I got one copy, and I was like, well, okay, it's okay. Like, it's helpful, but maybe it'll be more helpful if I get more copies of it. So, I got more copies of it. And why okay, so why did I stop at 4? Actually, I have 5 of those weapons. Hang on, where's the other one? So no, not black sword, but like 5 BP weapons. Where's the other one? Oh, there. Because I at some point I gave up on trying to I gave up on Kaching, and then I found out that the black sword is just a terrible sword because it's just not good on anyone at the time. Or at least it wasn't good on anyone at the time. So I was like, okay, so which one should I get? All right, deathmatch, sure, I guess. I guess I'll put this on someone in the future. Maybe Shangling or whatever. And so I got one, and then I never used it. It took 4 Battle Pass seasons for you to find out she's bad. Yes! Well, no. I still didn't find out she was bad. I kind of just realized, wow, this is taking too long. She's like I've put in maximum effort into trying to make her good, but she's just not getting good. So I gave up. It took me 4 seasons to give up, but it took me more than that to realize she was bad. R5 that stuff. Oh yeah, the Yao Yao stuff. This thing. Where is it? This thing, yeah. Healing restores 8 energy. Yeah. So no, I mean, like, sure, I could put it on Yao Yao, but no one's using my other where's the thing? Yao Yao. Can't see what she's using. I'm pretty sure my Yao Yao on this account is on Pavonius. Have Lance. It's taking too long. Okay, well, it's R5 though. It's R5 though, and because Yaoya just heals so much, even her skill is more than enough for me in most cases. So I don't even need to use her burst every rotation. I find myself using it like once every, I don't know, 5 rotations. But that also depends on the enemies that I'm fighting. R5 level 1. Deathmatch? No, I don't get these anymore. Yeah, if you'll see, look, see. I haven't gotten them for a very long time now. And if you'll notice, I only have 5. I only got the 4 here, 4 black swords, and then this, and then no more. Yeah, because I just stopped. Where's your Chevreuse? Oh yeah, that's right, Chevreuse. Well, the thing is, like, Chevreuse's burst is like, is it even? Do you even need to burst every rotation? I kind of never use her burst. Yeah, with her level 1 talents. I kind of never use Chevreuse, really. Or sorry, I use Chevreuse, but I never use her burst. I can't find her. There, okay. R5 staff when? Staff? Sorry, which staff? The the doctor staff? Oh right. Yikes, I don't have I don't have any artifacts for her. Ooh. Yee. So okay, I'm pretty sure you guys, some of you guys probably saw my YouTube posts recently. And I'm pretty sure you guys probably noticed that they were Thundering Fury pieces. And not very good Thundering pieces. So yeah, I'm not hopeful. I am not hopeful. I'm not even hopeful that I'll find this anytime soon. Like, if I could just please find it, I will be very happy. Okay, that's pretty good. Darn it. Okay. I'm too stupid to find it without the filter, so I'm gonna have to actually use the filter. Okay. Oh, that's even better. Wow. Wow. Yeah, okay. Even better. Great. Crit damage. Yes. Okay. Whoa. Wait, I think that's okay. Is that okay? Okay, so you get 20% from her passive, right? Yeah, up to 20%. Okay, this is perfect. 97, 193. Awesome. Over cap? What do you mean? You only get 20, right? Up to 20 from her passive? Oh no, yeah, you're right. She has a crit rate ascension. Oh, yeah, okay. Right, okay. Oh, I forgot. Okay, well, I'm gonna level her up then, just so I don't have to do math. I know it's like 19.2, I think, crit rate. You get 19.2.
Ki-
56 crit rate. I don't think I have artifacts to be able to do that, man. Pull her signature? What am I gonna pull her signature with? Suffering from success, lol. Why did I even get that sword? I don't remember how I got Haran. Did I pull Haran just for Ayaka? I don't think that's something I would do. Can I? Oh my god, this is so stupid. I can't type a number here. I'm gonna use more of the smaller books. Okay, here. Because I have a lot of them anyway. Haran instead of the other one. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to remember. Like, when was the last time Haran Ayato got a rerun? And who was the other 5-star? That's what I'm trying to remember. Oh my god. That's alright. Well, that's a problem. That is a problem because I do not have any other sands. Oh boy, we have a problem. Clorinde, Shangling, Beidou, Shivers team. I don't think I have yeah, I don't have good enough artifacts for me to be able to get enough ER on Beidou and Shangling. Yeah, on that kind of team. Like, even if Chevros is on Favlance. Oh man, okay, I got no options here. Nope, 0. Let's see, electro damage. Oh, darn it, okay. Well, this is an issue. Why are you all trying to sell an overload team to me? Oh man, how do I get rid of 10 crit rate? Or no, not 10, 20 crit rate. That's not... Wow. Who would have thought that you would, you know, a time would come where you would want to get rid of crit rate. Roll the Electro Goblet that only has crit damage. Oh yeah. Wait, I think I had one. Yeah, you're right. If I could find it. Well, okay. No. That's... Even if that all goes into, like, max crit damage rolls, that would still be around, I don't know, 19 crit damage, which is less crit damage than this already. So, well... And I'd only be losing 4 crit rate, so no. Overload's the best? Like, what is this? The best mathematically? Haran gives too much crit rate. I think so, yeah. It is 30 crit rate, though. It's not a 674 base attack weapon, which means it gives, like, slightly more crit rate than a 674 base attack weapon. Okay, there are no crit damage swords, right? I was Skyward. I I saw a team with Skyward. I mean, it gives me attack speed and normal attack damage. Okay, well technically this one gives me normal attack damage too. Wait, how do I get normal attack damage from this though? Other nearby members use skills. Character will gain 1 wave spike. Max 2. Okay, wait. Elemental damage. Where's use skills? The character equipping will gain 1 wave spike. Okay, this effect can be triggered every 0.3 seconds while the character equipping weapon uses an elemental skill. So what is the hang on? Elemental damage, okay. Damage bonus. You get a wave spike. And you can get up to 2 wave spikes. Character uses a skill. All stacks wave spike will be consumed. Okay, each stack wave spike consumed. Wow. 8 seconds. Okay. Wow. So 2 units. That's all. That's like easy. So because I'm I'm lazy. Right, and that's why like you guys are trying to sell me an overload team, and I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, but like, so the thing with overload teams is, I'm gonna have to properly swirl Electro. At least I'm gonna have to make sure I swirl Electro instead of Pyro. So I'm gonna have to do my rotations properly, and I'm gonna have to like, I won't be able to fully turn my brain off to do that. Okay, right, so that's already one downside for at least to me. And I don't know, just like, Quicken teams just seem to be a lot more brain dead. Overload does not use swirl with Chevy. I guess so, but then you're trying to sell me a team with Toma, who I don't have leveled, and I don't really care to level, because he is burst dependent, like his shield thing, right? Like his shield and his off-field pyro is burst dependent. So despite him really only being there for the shield, which it's not really like a shielding option, it's more like just resistance interruption, because the shield's not very good, and the off-field pyro for like to consistently overload. But so that means okay, it makes me feel like okay, I just need to level him. Oh, but wait, I need to burst every rotation. So I have to somehow put enough energy recharge on him. Another thing too is I'm gonna have to, like, I think I only have 4 noblesse on Chevreuse. Okay, at least that's fine. I already have 4 noblesse on Chevreuse. Right, so I was thinking like, okay, so if I'm gonna have to build Toma, that means I'm gonna have to somehow get enough energy recharge on him and put 4 noblesse on him. Okay, so I guess that doesn't matter in this case because I already have it on Chevreuse. And you said Beidou earlier. My problem with Beidou is I don't have good enough artifacts to give to Beidou that makes it, yeah, like look at this, right? And I certainly don't want to take away artifacts from Xiangling or my Raiden Shogun just to build Beidou so that I could use this team that uses Beidou once every 6 months. Right? So I really don't want to do that. I don't have enough good emblem pieces to give her good enough stats and give her enough energy recharge. Yeah, so while I do have Gravestone, which is cool and all, but no, it's too much work. Beidou is best support for Clorinde, better than official. Yeah, I know, because of the resistance to interruption, and the shielding as well. And like I'd love to use Beidou. Really, like it is so much fun, like swapping to her and then pressing E, and then like getting that huge, giant AOE big hit. It is so much fun, but I just haven't been able. Like I just haven't found like an excuse to use Beidou because number one, if I'm fighting a single enemy, her damage just drops off. It's not gonna be nothing, but it just drops from being, wow, this is really good, to like, did I activate Beto's burst? Did I forget? And I'm like, oh yeah, I did. But wait. Electro Shred is C6. Oh yeah, that's true. That's another one as well. Yeah, but I already got Kazuha for that. And remember, Resistance Shred, like once it hits 0, like each shred that you do, you'll only get half. And so yeah, it's just not worth it for me. It's just not worth the hassle of like having to swap artifacts so I can build my Beto better. And having to decide, okay, I'm gonna have to change up the teams because I'm fighting a chamber that has only a single enemy, so Beto's not gonna be as good in here. Yeah, but maybe, you know, some other time I might try. Like if I get bored enough, sure. I have I do know I certainly know myself to be to try out random teams. Not random, but like teams that I've heard of that are pretty decent every now and then if I get bored enough. Okay. Well, how do we solve this problem? This sounds like a really good sword on her, but we have a problem. Okay, I guess I could strongbox. So, I did say that we were gonna have a buttons reveal, right? So... yeah. Okay, RJ, I'm going to try to fix my sleep schedule, and I'm going for a super early morning cycle tomorrow. Alright, hey, thanks for hanging out with us, wrong person. Take care, man. Just one time try overload on chat's request. Okay, sure. Alright, sorry, what was that team again? Please, not the Toma one. What was that? So, Beidou, Chevreuse, Shangling, and, yeah, obviously Clorinde as well. That's funny. So, okay, yes, I understand why you would say something like that. And Clorinde versus A? Really? Why do you want Clorinde more than A, Stella? So, okay, it's funny that I understand why you would say something like that, Chokushu. But then, like, aim for sounds like a very... a kind of useless word in Genshin. Because, like, when you farm artifacts in Genshin... aim, there's no aiming happening. There's no way to aim for what you want. Well, that's it. I don't... oh, I guess I have a couple more. Sure, I guess. Does aim exist in Genshin? I know. Yeah, and I understand why you would say something like that, but farming for artifacts, there's no such thing as aiming for what you want. That was a crazy crit damage piece. It was, but also... I'm not even like, when I see pieces like that, I've gotten so used to not even caring, because I know it's just, it has potential to break my heart. So that's why I see a piece like this and I'm like, wow, that looks, you know, like most people would be like, wow, that's pretty cool. All right, you know what? Let's roll it quickly, right? Roll it right now. has been added for this. Okay. Oh, sorry. That's not enhanced. See? See? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Right? That's why I never expect. And if I never expect, I'm never disappointed. I swear this game is rigged. Yeah, I kind of just accepted that like way back then. So, see? Right? That like anyone sees a piece like that and anyone would be no one would blame you if you thought, wow, this piece cannot go wrong. There's no way this piece is ever gonna go wrong. EM ain't bad, yeah, especially because I'm going to be running Clorinde 99% of the time on a sorry, shoot, in an aggravate team. Okay, so it's not even right. It's like it's a very copium piece. It's a very copium piece, but in my case, it does actually work. Yeah, it works out well because like my crit is already 100% anyway, so it works. Obviously it could have been a lot better because remember max EM rolls are 23. So if I got max EM rolls like three max EM rolls, this could have been like 6. How much EM would that have been? If I got 3 max EM rolls instead of 3 low rolls. I'm sure you guys know exactly how much EM that would have been. No. Only 3 rolls. Because remember, like, look, see? So this is very clearly 3 rolls into EM, but it's just that they're low rolls. But if I got 3 max rolls into EM instead of low rolls, how much EM would that have been? I did the math. Isn't that 2 rolls? No, wait. Yeah, no. This is 3 rolls because the max roll is 23. If this was 2 rolls, then that would have been like 25 and a 26. But the max EM roll is 23. So 2 rolls after the initial one. Yeah, so you're right about 2 rolls after the initial one, but like 3 rolls in total, including like what was already on the artifact when I got it. So I'm gonna let you guys think about it for a moment. So if I got 3 max EM rolls on this artifact, how much EM would that have been? $73? How? What? How would you get 73? That doesn't even divide to 3. And 125 doesn't divide to 3. What are you guys on about? Okay, so if I had like when I got the artifact, if this already had 23 and I got another 2, like obviously you could see that I got another 2 rolls into EM from +0 to +20, right? So that means I have a total of 3 EM rolls. But because it's 51, that means they were 3 low EM rolls. But if I got 3 max EM rolls, again, the max EM roll is 23, how much EM would I have gotten? Come on, guys. You guys can do it. I believe in you. Nice. Hey, Odd got it. Odd Cookie got it. Yeah, it would have been a really nice number. Yeah. Odd Cookie got it. 17, 17, 17. Yeah, this is 17. 3, I think, is 17 the lowest roll? I don't know. I'm not very familiar with ER, HP, and attack percent, and obviously the flat stats, because, like, I don't care. But, I remember the crit rate and crit damage, minimum and max rolls, and, like, all the rolls in between, but I'm not very familiar with all the other ones as well. Artifact, Genshin, artifact, sub, stats. Okay. Big setup for this joke. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't worth it. The setup was not worth it, but I'm happy. Eventually it worked out. Anyway, so how much can we get? So EM can be... Where are the substats? I'm on wiki right now. How much can we get on EM? So EM 28. What is this? Oh, there's the main stats. Substats. Okay, here. So substats, EM is okay. So 16 is the lowest roll. Or rather, okay, this is weird. On wiki, it's not solid numbers. Okay, I guess I understand, like, underneath the numbers we see, like in the code itself, it's not, I know it's not fixed numbers. I know there's like some decimals in there, but they just decided not to include them in the game, like in the substats, especially like the smaller decimals. But like on wiki, it shows that the minimum EM roll, substat roll for a 5-star artifact is 16.32, and then 18.65, 20.98, and 23.31. Okay, I guess that would be like a 17. 19, is there a 19? Yeah, 19, and then 21, and then 23. Yeah. What's your best ever artifact piece? Dude, I have turned my emotions off with every time. Like I've been, I've been playing this game for 3 years now, right? And I've already turned off my emotions completely, to where at this point I don't even need to bother thinking about it. Whenever I deal and think about artifacts in Genshin, it's automatic now. Like emotions turned off. So whenever I get a really good one, I'm like, okay, I can use this on this character, and then I put it on that character, and I never think about it again. So I would not even know which one that is. I've been saying luck on a Deepwood domain. I get high CV pieces of these on Deepwood. Dude, your Nahida must be cracked. Okay, this is kind of annoying. I have a really good weapon on her. And yet I'm wasting like what, 14 crit rate, which could be 28 crit damage. No 40 crit damage ever? I don't think I do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have any artifact that has 40 crit damage. But I do remember having like 1 or 2 pieces, 50 CV pieces, but I don't remember which one anymore. 96, she gets 20 from her passive. I know. That's why what I've been thinking about. Like, that's why I haven't done anything on her just yet. Also, I'm gonna make sure not to forget this. Yeah, because I think that was you, Nashidi, who said this a couple of streams ago, that I always forget this with every new character. If it wasn't you, then it was someone who is regularly here. But yeah, someone said it when I realized on my Alhaitham, and yes, thankfully I'm not forgetting this time. My Nahida is 7230 with Sith. Okay, so that's more like 175. Wow, that's still really good though. 175. Is that 70 including? Are you including Nahida's passive, or is that just the stats that you see here? Like, she doesn't have a crit rate passive, but like she has a passive that gives her her skill crit rate, but you don't really see it in the stats. That's really good, man. That's really good. Yeah, you do have a cracked Nahida. Wow, it's a lot of weekly boss drops. Well, yeah, I've been playing for a while, so yes. Change the weapon to something EM or attack related, RJ. I mean, like, do I want to replace this? This is one of her best weapons, right? I don't know if I should replace this. I feel like, so her best other weapon would be that I have would be this, in which case it's worse than this, but I'll be losing only 11 crit rate instead. Or sorry, not losing, but wasting 11 crit rate. Okay. Or I could go with Finale of the Deep, which is overall still a worse weapon than this, but I won't be wasting crit rate. So, like, I mean, her fourth, yeah, but fourth, you know, in compared to all the other 5 stars. Show me your pieces. I don't have any more, dude. This is not my luckiest. This is my this account is not very lucky. Look, see, like, that's my lowest crit rate. No, that's not my lowest crit rate one. Is that my lowest crit rate one? No, this is my lowest crit rate one, but obviously less crit rate than crit damage than this one. So definitely not happening. And even if I roll this one and I get all crit damage rolls, I'm still only like getting what, like, not wasting 3 or 4 crit damage. So just 3 or 4 crit damage. So yeah, no, like, that's not happening. There's no options. Yeah, still. But then compare it to this, right? Like, I already have the best piece I could have on this one. Did I swap? Oh no, I didn't switch. Okay, there. Okay, so I'm only wasting... How much am I wasting now? 8. Around 9 crit rate. Okay, that's a little more acceptable. So how much more attack did I get from that? 1850. Did I even get much more from that? 1850. Okay, 45 attack, sure, whatever, it's something. And a bit more EM. Alright, sure, I guess it's fine. Having more EM would have been nice. Yeah, because, like, very often I'm gonna be running her in a either an aggravate team or a quick bloom team. So quick bloom would certainly benefit quite a lot from more EM, but I guess. All right, yeah, I guess Nahida's burst does have the EM share. Needs pieces with only stats on crit damage, no crit rate like my Diluc. Man. 4-star feather. Did I have one? Wait, 4-star or 4 stat rather? Which one? Oh, sorry, feather. This one? No, I'm not getting anything more from that. Like, really, best case scenario, this all goes into crit damage, and I have. Let me see. So I can get, okay, 4, 8, 12, 16, and 25. 5 times, oops, 7.8 plus another 7.8. So best case scenario, I can get 47 crit damage from this, and I'll be not wasting. Let's see, 7.8 minus 3.5, 4.3 less. I will be wasting 4.3 less crit damage. I'll be losing the 23 EM, sure, but then again, Best case scenario, Genshin artifact system, Genshin artifact RNG system. Really? Like even if I roll, okay, let's roll. Let's just roll this and then be done with it. See? Already headed towards worst case scenario. Worst case scenario. Yep, absolutely garbage. Okay, stop now. That's funny. It's all gonna go to crit damage manifesting. Yep, you certainly manifested something, all right. My Duke Flower is 36 crit damage, 37 flat attack, 5% attack, 6% ER. That would be ideal. Like those would be the ideal artifacts that I like, especially sands. Like I think, yeah, I think it's clear that my sands is my weakest artifact here. Yeah. I hate artifacts. I know. I think everyone does. And you know, oh, you know what? If you guys have noticed, let's open up, let's food for thought, right? Food for thought. So you guys know that people have been complaining. Also, why do I have 1100 defense? Okay, 39 defense, 42 flat defense, 11% defense, 12% defense, 35 defense. Okay, question answered. All right. Question answered. So okay. We've all been complaining for a very long time now that I'm doing air quotes here. Genshin doesn't have endgame, or Genshin is an easy game, right? Because like the most difficult content in Genshin is not very hard, especially once you start building your characters properly, and once you start to have some staple, really good team archetypes. Okay, but then the question is, why is that? Why does Hoyo refuse to add content, like combat content in the game that needs players to build characters and teams to as close as possible to their DPS ceilings for them just to be able to get through that combat content? I don't know if that made sense, but I tried my best to be as specific as possible, right? So I guess like to simplify it, why doesn't Hoyo refuse to add harder content? Harder content that players who have properly built teams and characters have to actually work hard in, instead of just turn off their brains. So it's coded to ask money to farm artifacts. Well, I mean, it's not needed, right? Like we don't need better artifacts. We could already blow up everything in the game with just mediocre builds, provided that you understand, like you have a decent understanding of like the game's mechanics, each character's mechanics, different character synergies, team synergies, etc. Right? You don't even need to be an expert at it. You just need like at least base knowledge and a bit of practice to like do proper rotations and stuff, and to like enough practice to like know different enemy mechanics. Okay, that means we don't need to build very strong characters in the game. So it is one way that Hoyo is saying, hey guys, we know that you hate the artifact RNG system, so you can stop farming artifacts now. Your beta main stat is ER? Yes. Right, so this is like, that is one way that Hoyo is saying. So yeah, we know that you hate the artifact RNG system, so good news, you can stop farming now. We're not making any harder content in the game. You don't need to make your characters even stronger than they are, because we're not making any harder content, so you can stop farming for artifacts now. Right? It's not the only reason why they do that. Oh, hey, what's up, Mia? How you doing, man? It's not the only reason why they refuse to give us harder content. They have many reasons, but I'm sure that's one of the reasons. Because we've only ever had Hoyo buff or nerf or like do anything anything in regards to directly changing something in the game to please players. And that was the Zhongli buff. But they've never ever nerfed anything directly before. So that's never gonna happen. Because Hoyo has never caved into peer pressure anymore. Ever since the Zhongli incident. So they realized, hey, we don't need to give in to peer pressure to what's the word I'm looking for? To be able to survive through these controversies where players hate everything we did. We can just stay quiet and they'll just eventually forget. And they learned that because they've been doing that for a very long time now. Every time there's a controversy, they just go radio silent until people find something else to pay attention to. And lo and behold, drama. Genshin content creator drama. And okay, I'm gonna start to put I'm gonna put on my tinfoil hat here. And to be honest, I this is just a possibility. I'm not saying that I believe this is the case, but it's just something to think about. But don't you think it was the timing of when the Atsu Braxophone thing and Tectone and Enviosity thing, the timing of when all that happened, don't you think it was like a little too convenient? Right? Like, why didn't that happen 6 months before? Oh, it happened. Why didn't it happen 6 months later than when it actually happened? Why did it happen exactly when it did? Why then? Right? Conspiracy theories. Yeah, right? Like, that's why I said I'm putting on my tinfoil hat. So, right, like, why did it happen then? Right then. And it happened so quickly, too. So it was like a couple of days after the Three Fates thing, right? The Three Fates announcement. Couple of days. And then what happened was like, okay, Genshin community, gonna boycott Genshin. Stop, like, no one spend any money. And then, like, what's his name? Tenha caught fire for that because, like, that's his content and he can't not do that, right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, very unrelated to the Three Fates thing, all of a sudden, a schoolyard fight happens. Right? Timing was just a little too convenient, don't you think? Busty Mikasa. Mikasa? I mean, I guess, okay. Hair? No, the hair is very different. But the stoic face, though. Very Mikasa. Yeah, I'll give you that. RIP RJ, I didn't know you would commit that with 10 gunshots behind your back. Well, I guess I guess I should make sure to greet my visitors tomorrow with you know, like I better make sure I have tea ready for my potential visitors tomorrow now that I've said this stuff. So I guess I'll be seeing you guys, maybe. I hope so. The JPVA is Mikasa? Really? I did not know that. Wives were lost, pity was lost, sanity sacrificed, and views dropped. I remember quitting the game, but they kept adding new waifu. Someone has to get the full experience. Did you... So you mentioned C6 floor and Mia. Did you just see footage of it, or did you actually reinstall Genshin just to pull for her? Stream is ending. No. I was kidding. I was joking. After talking about the, like the conspiracy thing that I just said, um, I was kidding. I was saying I better make sure that I have tea ready for my potential visitors tomorrow. After I said what I said about what happened. I hope you get it. I really don't want to have to explain it in detail. Okay. Well, let's try her out. So, what team was that again? Okay, so Beidou. Alright, let's see. I guess I need to gear up Beidou. I really don't have good enough gear for Beidou. And I don't have an ER sword. I guess I could use this. I mean, she's not gonna do the most amount of damage with this, but I don't know. I guess it's probably better, yeah. But still, my artifacts are not great. Yeah, I certainly need better stats. Yeah, and no, I'm not gonna borrow Raiden Shogun stuff just for a test run. Just doesn't benefit me in any way. Okay, that's crit damage. Why is this crit damage only? Do I not have a better one? Oh, that's good. Why do I have that on Hazel? Did I prepare some kind of build for someone? What is this? What is this build? Hydro damage. ER? Oh, this was a Yelan build that I had, I think. No, I don't have Aqua Simulacra on this account. Why would I have an ER build? I don't even remember what this is, so sure. Beidou. Beidou. There. Oh, hey. Welcome back, Blob. Everything all right, man? Thinking about character whose constellations we never get in any banners for the past 3 years. No, we've had reruns. We've never. I don't think we've ever had a 4-star character that's never been on a banner before. Obviously, the standard 4 stars are never on banners. That's pretty good. This one's better, I think. ER, because that means I could go for Gravestone if I can somehow scrape up together enough ER. Okay, let's try this. Maybe we could scrape together enough ER. ER. Here, boy. Come here, ER. Wow. That is sad. That is actually really sad. I have no ER artifacts that have good stats. ER sands that have good stats on this account. Crit rate 12%. Oops. Electro damage. I don't know if this would be good. $61 crit rate. I can't. Okay, I can't sacrifice any more crit rate. Crit rate. Ah, wait, I could do this instead. And then... Wow, why do I have so many electro damage goblets? So many terrible electro damage goblets. I mean, okay. 55. It's basically a coin toss every hit, whether it crits or not. 190? No, that's not enough. Nah, no. I'm still gonna have to go for this. But... I could go for... Oh no, the feather. This one? No, it's not even much more stats. Just barely more stats. ER though, I don't wanna... Oh, okay, I guess I could lose some ER because I already have Fav anyway. Okay, I think that's a lot closer to usable. Yeah, that is certainly a lot closer to usable. Yep, okay, I think that's good. Really low attack though. Who else was it again? Beidou, Chevreuse. Use the Melazine Greatsword. What does that thing do again? No, I haven't helped the Melazine, so that's not even gonna give me that many stats. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember that thing gives ER, right? Yeah, it gives attack, depending on how many Melazines I've helped. No, this thing would still give me more ER. Yeah, because remember, the Melazine Sword, I think, is a high base attack weapon. Which means low ER. And I barely have 230, even with Fav. Shengling. Okay, so let me make sure I have the right stuff on Shengling. Wow. How do I... Wow. Okay. Sure. I guess that's enough ER. Why don't you R5 event weapons? I don't want to. I don't really care. 69 crate rate, nice. I'm thinking of a character who Genshin has forgotten about. 4-star. I guess, oh, you know what? I actually do have a reason why I don't R5 event weapons, especially if I don't use them or need to use them. That's mainly because, like, okay, and I know I'm very sure that I will probably never ever make this kind of content or do this ever. But what if I suddenly have to, or want to, or need to, right? The type of content where, like, okay, I compare weapon damage between R1, R2, R3, R4, and I compare, like, different, you know, I compare different teams, different characters on an R1, R2, R3, R4 of this weapon. And, you know, because they're R1 now, I still have the opportunity to make that kind of content. Four-star Dendro? Oh, Kave. People have been memeing on him recently. People have been memeing on Kave recently. That Hoya's forgotten about him. Makes sense from a content creator point of view. Yeah, but then like again, like that kind of content just isn't like I know that some content creators made that kind of content back then. I remember even like whale content creators did stuff like that before. Like I remember Tenha doing that, like comparing like a new 5-star character from C0, C1, C2, C3 through C6, and then comparing it from with their signature weapon from R1 to R5. I know that that was something that some people watched way back then, and I'm pretty sure that there's no more audience for that nowadays anymore. But I still don't want to completely close the door, right? Like especially because I don't really need to refine them anyway because I'm not even using them, so I might as well just leave them there. After playing Wuthering Waves, I don't know if I feel like I may not Genshin again. I tried it. Trust me, if someone plays Wuthering Waves and they plays Genshin, it feels so slow. I'm sure everyone's gonna feel the same way. The combat there is just so fast paced. Xlife still does that sometimes if he cares about the 5-star. Even the 4-star ones, really. I mean, I haven't watched the Xlife video in a really long time. Xlife was one of those content creators that I really liked watching his content way back then because theory crafter content creators just weren't very popular at the time, and I don't know if there were even theory crafters who made content back then. I think they just were mainly on Discord servers and on Reddit or their own website, Kaching Mains. Yeah, I think they were mainly there most of the time. I don't know of any theory crafter who made content back then. And it's just so much easier to get information through a YouTube video than like through go scouring through the internet yourself. He's married now, by the way. Yeah. He's been married for like, I don't know, a year, 2 years now to another content creator as well. What was her name? I don't remember her name. Tikio. Yeah, Tikio. All right, so what was that team again? Chevrus, Shengling, I think. Yeah, that works really well for the first half, actually. Okay, so who should I put on slot 1? Maybe, okay. Let me think. No, okay, so Clorinde on slot 1. And then Chevrus over here. Beta over here, Shangling over here. No. Okay. This feels really awkward to me. Because... So, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the character that I use the most, I very often, almost all the time, I put them on number 4. And that is because, so I play on PC, obviously, right? You guys can see the interface. And on PC, obviously, your middle finger is on W, your ring finger is on A, and your pinky finger is all the way over there on the opposite side. And the thing is, like, my pinky is quite short. Like it doesn't even reach the, like, you know how like on your palm there's lines. Why not use it in Quicken? Because like somebody asked me to use it in an overload team, and I just said like, why are you trying to sell me an overload team? And then I told them, I told them every reason why all the reasons I had why I don't want to use Clorinde in an overload team, and they were like, please just one time, just streamer request, chat request. And I was like, okay. So yeah, here I am. So yeah, my my pinky finger doesn't reach the line, the first line from the tip of my ring finger. So it's that short. Like it's not abnormally short. It looks normal, but it's not as long as some other people's pinky fingers. So I hardly ever use my pinky finger. I use it for shift. I use it for caps lock. I use it for, but I don't use it for tab. I don't use it for tab. I don't use it for Q. I don't use it for 1. So I use my ring finger for that, which means my ring finger and my index finger are busy, right? And like if I'm pressing A, to move left, to strafe left, that means, and I'm trying to move forward or backward, then my middle finger and ring fingers are busy. Which means the only finger I have that's vacant that can press a number key to swap characters is my index finger. And I can easily reach number 4 with my index finger. Sure, I guess you could make the argument for number 3, but it feels awkward. It's very often my... No, actually, you know what? It's my index finger too, but it's just easier. My index finger just can more easily, I guess, go for the number 4 key instead of number 3. Sounds like PC problems. I know. No, it doesn't sound like PC problems. It sounds like it is skill issues. That's the problem. Because if you're just good at video games, then you can do whatever. You can do whatever whenever. All right, so let's do a proper team for the other half as well. Let's see. Nahida, Official. Cookie. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Never mind. I'm going for a Hyper Bloom team. There we go. Okay, so what's my rotation gonna be like? Imagine not being a console plebeian. I mean, I can certainly imagine because I'm not a console player. In fact, I remember when I used to work for... So, some of you guys probably remember that I used to work as a 3D modeler, right? For a development company. Like, we were developing a VR simulator for the Maritime Education Department. And so obviously we had hardware, including controllers, even though we were using PCs, right? So we were using PCs, but we had an Xbox controller. And at the time, I was really into GTA 5. And I played GTA 5 story mode over and over and over again, probably like around somewhere between 5 to 9 times in total. And so I wanted to try, because I like some of my favorite content creators at the time, they played GTA 5 on Xbox. Yes, on Xbox. And I thought, I wonder how it feels to play a GTA 5 on Xbox. And then I asked I asked the guy in charge of our hardware, like, hey, could I borrow the Xbox controller? He's like, sure. So I tried it. Aiming with the controller. I don't know how people play competitive games, competitive shooters on a console. I tried to, the first thing I did was I tried aiming while driving a car. It did not work out well. Instantly unplugged the controller, went back to keyboard. I was here from the beginning, and I didn't know that. Oh, well, okay, well, yeah, it's not a story that I tell every stream. So you probably just missed the streams that I mentioned about that experience. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I probably could have just spent a bit more time practicing, but then I just was like, well, I can already do this much more easily with a mouse and keyboard, so why would I go through the trouble of learning it on a controller when the thing is I don't even have my own Xbox controller to use on my own personal PC for when I go home. And for me to practice using playing games on a controller, when for me to benefit from the skill of you getting better at playing on a controller, I would have to buy my own controller, which means spending money that I don't really need to spend because I can already play the game that I like with a mouse and keyboard, which I already have. So I was like, this isn't worth it. Me too. I can't use controller and aiming. I think it's just so hard. And I know most games have auto aim thing, like an auto aim thing, like, or aim assist or something when you have a controller on. And And I think if I practiced enough, I think I would be better at shooters. Why is my ping so high? I think I would be better at shooters if I practiced enough on a controller with aim assist. I think it's possible that I might be better at shooters, but I don't really care. The problem with that too is not every game supports controllers. So if I practice a lot on a controller, then once I start playing a game that doesn't support a controller, then I'm screwed, because at that point I would have not played any games that requires aiming with a mouse, and then I'll be even worse than I already am now. I'm going to spam emojis on the side. Hey, there they are. That's why I have high respect in those who use controllers in FPS games. I know, right? It's like mad respect. And people who play on consoles or controllers or mobile and play shooters. No excitement to use Clorinde for the first time. So what's my rotation gonna be like? I don't know. I guess Chevreuse EQ, Beidou EQ, Xiangling QE. I guess. Sure. All right. Oh no! I forgot to run to the left. Proc overload first? That sounds convoluted, man. That means I'm gonna have to burst on Clorinde. Q Chevreuse. Chevreuse Q. So Q Clorinde, Q Chevreuse, QE Chevreuse, Beidou EQ or QE depending on the situation. And then maybe EQ is better on Beidou so that I can catch my own particles. Yeah, I think that's better. And then Xiangling QE. Okay. Alright. Okay, so don't forget to run to the left. Okay, there. I am not healing. I don't have a healer. Ah! Okay. Oh wait, Beidou first. Okay, there. Uh-oh. I'm screwed. Yep. I really should turn down the SFX because like it looks uglier. It looks prettier with the SFX on highest, but you really can't see anything in combat. You really cannot see anything in combat. Okay. Okay, that was smooth. Wow, that's pretty good. It's really good against the Kenkis specifically because it's so overload, right? So it's a lot of AoE damage, and as long as you keep them grouped well enough, then it actually works really well. But then again, it only works specifically against the Kenkis because they're bosses, so they can't get knocked back. So you cannot ungroup them with overload. So that means you don't have to keep chasing after them, especially the Cryo one because he just keeps coming after you. But against everything else, like all small mobs, or like, okay, not even small mobs, like Kairagi, Nobushi, Mech Gardamex, who are similar enemies to them again? Fatui, yeah, Fatui, and the Fatui operatives, just gonna be really annoying. At least, yeah, you're right. Clorinde is good with chasing them because like every time. So number one, you're holding your mouse down. Normal attacks are actually have pretty decent range, and when you press E, you're like, haha, I'm here. That was awkward. I should never say that again. Man, Alhaitham is really kind of a beast. As long as you hit all the blades on all the enemies, it's like they didn't even exist. They were never even a player. If somebody can get that reference, you're a Chad. Don't flatter yourself. You were never even a player. Anyone know that reference? Oh hey, what's up, Leo? How you doing, man? Oh, I should have done Kuki burst before before Alhaitham burst. Can I please attack? Thank you very much. Because I got staggered, I wasn't able to do a plunge. So this is really cringe now. What an annoying enemy. How's your Clorinde and Alhaitham so far? I'm having fun. They're very good characters. Clorinde not so much, but she is fun in a way that in a very similar way to Diluc. So their playstyle is slightly different, right? But it's very similar to Diluc. It's like Diluc and Ayato. I think that's the best way to put it. Because like with Ayato hyper carry rather, you just press E, and then you just hold left mouse. You just hold your left click, and that's it. You just wait for enemies to ungroup, and then you reposition, or you just wait for your infusion to be over. With Diluc, you actually have to because it's like a pattern that you can just develop into muscle memory over time. You can sort of partially turn your brain off, but it also doesn't feel boring because there is something that you have to do, which is like the normal attack, E, normal attack, E, normal attack, E. But because eventually it'll become muscle memory, it's not boring. It's not too hard. It's not something you have to think about forever, because eventually it'll get easy enough to do, but it's not so easy that it's boring. So I like Clorinde's playstyle. I think it's fun. For me, at least, it's, again, subjective. Alhaitham, he's as good as I expected him to be. Have you tried Spread Alhaitham? I have, yeah, I have. Off stream though, off stream. I did the second half of this Abyss with Spread Alhaitham. Nahida, Fischl, Kuki, and Alhaitham. Yeah, how about you, Leo? How are you enjoying Clorinde so far? You can try Rainbow Team after this. Clorinde, Furina, Nahida, Dia. Clorinde, Furina. What? You know, the funny thing too is I can actually make that team now because I have Dia on this account and I raised her because of Neuvillette. And because of Neuvillette, I have I have an R5 prototype Amber, and I can put it on Nahida. That's the funny thing is I can actually make that weird rainbow team now. I don't have Dia. I like Dia is it's weird, right? Like Dia is one of those characters where you mention it to any Genshin player, like, oh, Dia is terrible, right? Instantly, instant reaction. Like Dia, oh, she's so bad. But then like when you need her and you have her but didn't build her, you'll be like, oh man, okay, I'm gonna have to build Dia. Or when you don't have her, you're like, oh man, how do I don't have Dia. Oh hey, what's up, Zoro? How you doing, man? All I can say is Clorinde keeps up with my well-invested Sino. Oh yeah, that's right. Your Sino is really well invested. I remember that. She does. And I think I wouldn't say she outdoes your well-invested Sino. I don't remember what constellation your Sino is at. I remember your Sino wasn't C0. That's all I remember. But yeah, for a C0 Clorinde to keep up with a multiple constellation Sino, I think that's really good. So yeah, I think Clorinde does outdo Sino. Plus the nice thing is Clorinde is a lot more flexible with her rotations. Whereas with Sino, you cannot use Sino if you're fighting low HP enemies. Low HP multiple wave enemies, because you just can't. You have the only time you can use Sino would be if you're fighting really high HP enemies. Especially if the rest of your team is so well built. Because by the time that you burst on Sino, enemies die and they won't have Nahida's Dendro mark anymore. So you're like just there twiddling your thumbs. Alright, Sino's not doing aggravate anymore. How to fix Sino? Clorinde. First 5-star was you. What? I mean, at least, you know, in the off chance that you might need her one day, at least you already have her. Raiden can't be power crept forever. Yeah, like if they ever power creep Raiden Shogun, that would be a character that would be great, really cool. Like everyone would be like, oh, this is a really good character, right? And everyone would be like, oh, she's worth it. But then that would also be an imbalanced character. Because Raiden Shogun already, like, well invested, C0, no... What's her weapon called again? No signature weapon, just the catch. C0, the catch, Raiden Shogun, already does really well. Like, whether it's in Rational, whether it's hyper carry, it already does really well. So if someone were to power creep Raiden Shogun, that would be, like, quite an imbalanced character. It would be a good character for newer players or players who just don't have as good artifacts as like the mid game to end game players, but for end game players it would be like imbalanced, and like it would just make the game even more boring than it already is. But you know, why not? Really strong versus Clorinde C0. Well, Clorinde doesn't really have like her artifacts. Her constellations are, yeah, it's like they thought, well, it's okay if they don't pull for her constellations. it's like they decided that. They're okay with not pulling for constellations. Oh, that was a smooth. That was a smooth rotation. I just pulled that out of my butt. Like, I did not even think about that. It just came out, really. Oh no, this sucks. Okay. Oh, my Beto burst doesn't have my Beta burst didn't have the what's it called? The bless buff there. Okay, here it does. Okay, the next chamber is gonna be annoying because I have no energy at all. I just pulled that out of my butt. It just came out. RJ 2024. All right. I mean, like, really, I swear, little things like that. I know it's nothing impressive. I know that you guys are too good. You know, like many of you guys are so good at video games that you can just like come up with smooth rotations like that, like on the fly. But not me. Every time I somehow manage to do stuff like that, I'm always like, wow, that was good. Oops. And there we go. I missed. Okay. I should not have Nahida either. Oh, and Cookie died? Nope, nope, she did die. I think Nahida's about to die though. No, she's not, but... When is that dragon gonna die? Okay, he's dead. Well, wow, Cookie is a survivor. Oh no, I forgot to hold E. Oh, darn it. Ow, ow. Uh-oh. I did not look at the time. I didn't pay attention to the time. But yeah, so again, you see my problem with this kind of team, right? So, first chamber, I was fighting multiple enemies. So, which means I'm gonna have quite a few enemies that are gonna die and give me particles, right? And multiple targets, which means Beto's burst does really well. But then all of a sudden, a chamber where I don't have there's single target, so Beto's damage falls off a cliff. And I all of a sudden don't have enough energy. Hit me. Hit me. Okay. Good hit. Arlecchino is much less to invest with than Huta in terms of gameplay situations. C0, that is true. Yeah, because like you kind of already get most of what Arlecchino has, even at C0 without her signature weapon. Whereas with Hu Tao, you get so much when you get Homa, and you get so much comfort when you get C1. No ER issues this time. Yeah, I think I rotated a little better in that run. I think that's why. Like I was able to like I. What did I just do? I just held Yelan's E and like spun around a few times, and that's it. And I just let go. Come on, dragon, come out. What? What killed him? Oh, hey, what's up, Ems? How you doing, man? Good to see you again. Your rotation improves when you go serious silent mode. That is true. That is a yep, that's true. I think I won't be able to pull any character until Natlan, so I'll save. I won't pull if I don't have enough funds. You know, that's actually what I prefer to do. Every now and then, though, I am, well, I wouldn't say forced, but like I am, well, yeah, forced to pull for characters that well, not necessarily, like, you don't really need any characters in Genshin. Like, at least the need is also subjective. It's weird, right? The word need is subjective. Like, for me, it's subjective because I want, okay, I want a sort of semi-permanent fourth member for my Hyperbloom teams. Because my Hyperbloom teams, until this point, has only been Nahida, Clorinde, and Cookie. And my fourth character has always been a flex. And I just kind of don't really know who I want to put as a fourth character. And Alhaitham just slots in really well in that team. Yeah, so it's like it's subjective, but it's also I need it. I returned from playing a Roblox game where Genshin swords were you what? Demon Slayer simulator game. Oh, have you guys heard about the IKEA Roblox thing? I don't know if you guys have heard about that. Oh man. And I don't. Okay, let's get some particles. Come on, crit please. There we go. There, perfect.
射撃準備。
This is rather slow.
潔白を証明すると。よっ、最後の警告だ。この差がこれが海山を滅ぼした力。料理の時間だよ。
I don't think I can do the other chamber in a minute. Especially if I can't. Oh man, none of my skills and bursts are up. Okay, I got Fav procs there. Oh, my burst is not ready. Okay, this is gonna be troublesome. Koki's burst is not ready. Okay, here we go. Get you on burst. And we're good. Yep, nope. The first half is just too slow. Hey, welcome back, Onoko. Where'd you go, man? What? Oh dear. Well, okay. Gonna have to go Shangling less here. I think that was a little better. I'll have to do some. Alright. Looks my friend's account, which is a total mess. Your friend's Genshin account? Oh, well, that was a mistake. There. Come on. There we go. And Cookie's burst is not ready. I really have no idea of that dude's attack pattern. Right? Can I crit, please? Thank you very much. Okay, I can already feel this is the worst run than before. Yeah, I can already feel this is a worse run than before. This is awful. Really bad positioning. And my rotation's kinda off. You should have used the Alhaitham team the first half, Clorinde team the second half, but you should use Sword Narizuken. Sword of Narizuken? What's that? You mean the Narzizenkreuz sword? Yeah, my biggest problem really is I did not save energy on everyone. Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem is I did not save everyone first. Oh no, I messed up. Okay, this is already gonna fail. I had to reset my rotation right as he was down. Yep, there it is. But maybe. Maybe we could pull it through. Hey, we did. Yeah, so the team's not bad. But what was it? Xiangling, Chevreuse, Beidou, Clorinde. It's not bad. There are many downsides to it though. So like one of them already is Xiangling and Beidou are really high investment characters. They're really high investment characters. Beidou especially. So Xiangling like is slightly easier to build. Now, so the thing is like she doesn't have many crit rate weapon options that are actually good. Like okay, if you have Jade Spear, cool, but then the catch is still better. Okay, it gives crit rate, sure, and it's a free weapon. Okay, cool. Weapon helps out a little bit. And then another thing that's also slightly easier, makes Xiangling a little easier to build is the fact that it's not that crit doesn't matter on her, but it's just that she benefits from so many different stats that if you get as long as it's you have the right main stat, but you have as long as you have the right main stat, but you have the correct substats. They don't have to be you don't have to get all the correct substats, but you get okay, so she benefits from EM, ER, attack percent, crit rate, crit damage, right? So like you're not only looking for crit rate or crit damage, so it's a little easier to look for artifacts for her. And plus the fact that she has a really good weapon option that has some crit rate in it. So it certainly helps out in building her crit ratios to get her to a usable state. Right. So yeah, like let's say this if this went into if this was EM, right? If this was EM and I did not get any crit damage rolls on here, but instead I got the same rolls, but my crit damage rolls went into EM. This would still be usable because I benefit from all these different substats. And let's see, what else? Okay, so like on here, for example, most people would just consider this junk or garbage, but then I don't have anything else better, but at least it's not terrible because attack percent, I still benefit from attack percent. And that's, sort of the beauty of Xiangling is like she's slightly easy to build, but not really easy because like she doesn't scale, her ascension stat is not crit, which means you're gonna have to have quite a lot of crit rolls in your substats to get her to a usable state. And I'm going to say this now, this is barely usable. So, like, what is this? 69, 140. Yes, I think that is the minimum usable crit ratios for, like, how far I am into the game. That being said, because it's Xiangling, her multipliers are good enough so that even the minimum acceptable endgame build is still pretty good on her. So, okay, now over to Beidou. Oops, Beidou. Okay, with Beidou, story is a little different. I don't think we have a crit rate or crit damage free-to-play option. So there's Blackcliff, sure. If you have Blackcliff, or if you've been playing the game long enough to have Blackcliff, and if you are willing to sacrifice 5 pulls instead of buying intertwined fates with your 24 star glitter, you buy Blackcliff. If you're okay with that, but then you would still need to get a lot of crit rate substats, right? And even with okay, so obviously this is not the best Beidou set out there, right? It's kind of just barely usable, but still, like even with that, like I have slightly usable stuff. I still don't even have enough for what I would consider to be an acceptable build for an endgame character. And she's really good because of her like bouncing thing, like the yikes, bouncing. Okay, yeah, I think all right. All of these characters are great because of the bouncing things, right? Okay, so now her problem is she is so with Xiangling, she just straight up has good enough multipliers to still do good damage, good endgame damage, even with just a mediocre build. Usable but mediocre build. Well, with Beidou, she can do accept like good enough end game damage, even with a mediocre build, if you're fighting 2 or more enemies. But if you're fighting 1 enemy, then she kind of just falls. I don't know, like her DPS just falls off a cliff, and she's like she might as well be Toma at that point. Because she is a character who you have to actively think about funneling particles to, especially if you don't have enough energy recharge. And if you do have enough energy recharge, that means you would have sacrificed so many, like this, for example. Instead, this could have been attack percent, but because she's so energy hungry, now I'm having to use energy recharge. Instead of using Wolf Gravestone, which could give me a lot of attack, I'm forced to having to use a low base attack weapon with no offensive capabilities, just so I can comfortably use her. So that's the only disadvantage of the team is it is quite high investment, but it's really good against when you're fighting 2 or more enemies that cannot be knocked back. And so that is the other than the triple Kenki, that would be consecrated beasts if they gave you 2 at a time. Teamwork pretty decent despite their flaws. Yeah, but that mostly worked pretty decently. Mostly because of Xiangling. Okay, so like over here, right? Let's take a look at the enemy lineup. How do we? Okay, sure. Right. So here, enemy lineup. So triple Kinky. That team was perfect. Xiangling with her AOE, high DPS. Beidou with her AOE, well, kinda AOE. If you're fighting two or more enemies, perfect, right? Perfect scenario for Beidou and Xiangling. And Chevrus is, well, the support there, and it just so happens that they're, overload team, right? So perfect scenario. Same with Clorinde. So that the triple Kinky is sort of like one of the best case scenarios to use that team in, because overload but doesn't knock enemies back because they're very big. Plus one of them keeps chasing after you, so you don't have to keep chasing after them. All right, so now it over here, I think I really only was able to make do with it because I had enough energy recharge. And the times that I didn't have the most optimal rotations and didn't catch particles in the most optimal way in each scenario, I struggled with energy recharge, even though I sacrificed quite a bit of damage already for energy recharge. So I'm not saying the team is bad. I'm just saying the team is very high investment. High investment, but it is fun. It's fun for someone who is who has a lot of artifact options and weapon options. Yeah, because if you have a lot of artifact options and a lot of weapon options, that means you are actually able to make the team functional and still do good enough damage. But if you're not someone like that, if you're a new-ish player, you don't have as many artifacts, you don't have as many weapon options, then the team is gonna feel very cringe to play. Your Beidou and your Xiangling do enough damage, but you can't burst every rotation. You're gonna have to spend like 30 seconds funneling particles into them so that you can start your rotation, or you can rotate well enough, smoothly enough, but they're gonna hit like wet noodles because you spent all your substats and main stats into energy recharge. So yeah, it's a trade-off. But and so against, especially, let me see. So these enemies, these enemies specifically. So earlier I mentioned them, right? So Nobushi, Kairagi, Eremites. Yeah, Eremites. I didn't mention Eremites earlier, but yeah, Eremites, Gardamek, and Fatui enemies and Fatui operatives specifically. Overload team is quite annoying. And now granted, Clorinde is very good at chasing down enemies, but in the case of Gardamex, they get knocked backwards, not away from you, but they get knocked backwards from where they were facing. And where they were facing, while it's not completely RNG, you can help minimize the problems with that by just positioning well and just getting used to like where you should be positioned at all times. But we're human, so we're not going to be able to perform in the exact same way every single time. Which means there are always going to be variations in the way that we play, in the performance, as well. And that also means there are also going to be variations in which way they get knocked back. Which means they could get knocked back. One could get knocked back to the right, and one could get knocked back to the left. And now your enemies are split. And now your Clorinde, when you press E, goes after the one on the right. And now when you press E again, you head towards the left. But you're the guy on the left didn't get hit because like he got knocked back that way. So there's this is really nitpicking, but for someone who has just barely enough DPS in their stats to clear it with perfect positioning, enemies don't get ungrouped. That's gonna be real annoying. I didn't see a knockback chamber problem in chamber 3. I could feel it. Yeah, I could feel it. It was less knockback and more like, especially the Gardamex, because like their dash attacks. As for the Nobushi, they did get. I don't know if you remember, but it happened quite a few times like one of them would get knocked back over to the left, and then the other two would get knocked back to the right. And then I had like my next Clorinde E would hit the two on the right, but I would completely miss the one on the left. So yeah, it happened quite a few times. The Fatui Skirmisher, it didn't. Okay, so this one specifically is fine because like they don't get knocked back too far. They sort of just like they fall over instead of getting knocked back. The more annoying ones of these would be the Animo Fatui and the Gunslinger. Yeah, the Animo Fatui and the Gunslinger. As well as the Fatui operatives. Fun fact of the day: medieval people consider you a witch if you have a birthmark. Hey, times were very weird back then. If you believed in something that nobody else believed in, you're a witch. Times were very weird way back then. But yeah, I'm not saying the team is bad. It has its it has its scenarios where it shines really well, such as this, or if you're fighting like 2 or maybe 3 what's it called? Consecrated beasts. Those are like just perfect for them, for the team. And this is also kind of okay because these enemies, while they do get knocked back, they have a knockback thing, but it's not as bad as like say treasure hoarders or hilly trolls. Right? It's not as bad as that. Another problem with the team too is if you're fighting the type of content where you have a lot of small enemies, but are like their spawn locations are in a weird spot where you need grouping to put them together, then yeah, it doesn't have grouping. The sun revolves around Earth. No, get burnt alive. Yeah, exactly. That's yeah. Times were weird back then. Hey, what's up, Blue App? How you doing, man? Oh, I can do the daily check-in now. Oh no, I think I missed my. Oh, I did. I did miss my daily check-in yesterday. Darn it. You know what's bad about it too is it's 12:06 right now, which means if I had did the check-in, if I had opened up the check-in thing to see if I missed it yesterday, let's say 8 minutes ago, I wouldn't have had to do like the make-up for check-in thing. I mean, I know it's not that much work, but still. Oops. Accidentally closed it. I hate how many clicks you have to do the makeup for check-in thing, because like okay, so I click the day 10 one, and now it's June 11th for me, right? And I click click makeup for check-in, click obtain, click go. Okay, close that tab, click claim, click close the pop-up thing, click makeup for check-in again, and then click makeup for check-in now. That was so many clicks. Wait, RJ, do you live in the Philippines? Yes. I mean, wait, I remember having the same conversation with you quite a while back. But yes. Right. I still feel kind of bad about the excess 9% crit rate. But at least it's better than before, which was, I think, 16? Yeah, 16 crit rate. So certainly a lot better. And I really would still prefer a bit more EM. Like maybe, I don't know, 200 maybe. 200 before the Nahida EM share, but yeah, I guess you can't win them all. Alright, I'm gonna put my stuff back now. Where they belong. Shengling should swap back to my attack sands because all my ER sands on this account are trash. Yep. Okay, so this time, rainbow team. Oh yeah, that's right. You, yeah, you told me about the rainbow team. Okay, we could do that. Hang on. So Nahida. Oh yeah. Wait. So Nahida should be on a. Okay, here. Prototype Amber. It's so weird. This is so weird. But sure. I'm assuming you want me to try that on the first half. So if I do that in the first half, what would I use for the second half? Kind of don't really have a proper team for the second half other than my Dendro teams. What did I use before? I don't remember. Yeah, you know what? I think it's better on the second half. Oops. And then yeah. I'm gonna rip those kinkies apart. Okay, no. Not that. Alright. You, and you. Yeah. We're good. Oh, it's still dashed. Wow. Where did they go? I wasn't paying attention to their HPs. I was just paying attention to positioning. And they just disappeared. Wow. This is probably my best run of that chamber so far. Unfair. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of unfair. That just... I was... Okay, for a split second, I was confused. I was like, wait, what? Like, why is my screen black? That was unfair. Like, really. Oh, no. I should do this first. Oh, wait. It's fine. It's the first rotation. Uh-oh. Oh no! Okay. He just died barely. This is really awkward. I should start with Furina's burst there. Oops, a little too many E's. Okay, there we go. Let's start off with Furina this time. Oh. That was close. I had like 70 HP, or 700 HP. $130k fall damage. Wow. Dia can heal other characters? Is I seeing things? No. My Nahida is on 4. Why do I keep saying 4? Is on prototype Amber. Let them breathe. Yeah, so my Nahida is on prototype Amber. And that's what you were seeing. The fall damage though is pretty funny. It's even funnier when you have Nivelette on a rainbow team, because you have Overload, Electrocharged, and Nivelette keeps electrocharging them up and up and up until your Nivelette charged attack is over, and then they just fall from the stratosphere, and then you just see like a 200k fall damage. It's so funny. Oh, you first. Here. Ow. Okay, this is the awkward moment now. I don't want to use Shangling Burst and Raiden Burst. Okay, there. Okay, I don't have Furina's Burst here, so this is going to be a little awkward. Okay, there, mark everything, thank you. Stop. Okay, this is a little cringe. She's outside Dia's E. This is my problem, my biggest problem with the Golden Troop domain. Like, I hate the domain so much that I still haven't gotten a proper usable Golden Troop set that gives me enough energy recharge on my Furina for most teams. Because like Furina is just the type of character that has such a wide variety of ER requirements depending on what team she is. Oh dear, I don't have a healer on this team. This is dangerous. Can I use my E again? Thank you. Alright. This, thank you. This, alright, another one. Whew, boy. team is possible. I mean, I get why the team works. Yeah, it's very similar to how Nivelette works. Like the Nivelette Rainbow team.
見切りました。行動さばきを受けてこい。みんなは俺が守れ。燃えろ。話が通じないなら叩く。稲光、すなわち永遠なり。
Oh wow! Wait, I didn't expect these guys to spawn now.
これは必要な武力だ。みんながそばにいてくれるわ。料理の時間だ。無我の境地。逃げ道はありません。行動さばきを受けてこい。全力攻撃だ。食らえ。師匠の技を食らいなさい。
Get deleted. And this is why I like hyper investing into Raiden Shogun. Is like it's the same feeling as with it's the same feeling as like C6 Ganyu. It feels like a whale. Okay, so this is the problem. This is a problem I did not think about. There, alright. This? Also, where's my Dia energy? Oh, did I get hit by I guess I got hit by those what are they called? Lectors. Wait, what happened? Does it just do that? Oh, come on. Stop being cringe. What the heck is happening? What is happening? Oh, why did I burst on you? Wait, what happened? Why did he keep... What was happening? He got... Okay, so his shield, his cryo shield disappeared. And he didn't get his electro shield for a while. He got his electro shield, and then I broke that. And then he got knocked down, and it looked like he stood up again. But he didn't get a shield, and then he got knocked down again. What was that? That was so... And I also saw that it summoned like a little cryo thing. I don't know if you guys caught that, but it summoned like a little cryo thing. Let me see. 13. Okay, 15. So 12, 3. Okay, so I'm gonna need to condense one more resin. Yeah, anyway, I think that's enough teams for today. I haven't done weeklies on my second and third accounts yet. So I'm gonna do those now. But yeah, thanks for the teams, guys. That was fun. Cryo shield was removed by Clorinde. I right? It was so weird. Like, I don't know what happened. No, wait, no. The cryo shield wasn't removed by Clorinde. Like, I still had like half of the shield, and I was just waiting for Dia's skill to cool down, and then I would use Dia's skill to like start setting up the rotation, and then like it just the cryo shield just disappeared. It was weird. Weird stuff happens at 12 a.m. I guess so. You attacked so fast he couldn't even use the shield. Thanks to you for trying these weird teams. I don't think they're weird. They're because like weird. When I think of a weird team, what I think of is so a team, similar to that Chi Skyward team, where like it takes a while for you to get, like, you don't like, even with experience, like if you're an experienced Genshin player, you cannot see how the team works at first glance. That's a weird team. But then like it's somehow or something like Thundering Fury, right? That's something that you just don't get until you try it out. The sword kind of... I don't know how I feel about how the sword looks on her. I understand why her sword is... It's more like a fencer sword. Because her animations, her attack animations, look like fencing animations. I mean, she is a duelist after all. So I guess it makes sense. But Ayato's sword kind of just looks like... I don't even know what kind of sword that is. It looks similar to a samurai, but not really. This is like one of the biggest downsides to Clorinde is she doesn't have any resistance to interruption unless if you put it into the team yourself. And on top of that, so she's a sword user, right? She's not a claymore user. That means her attacks normally do not have a lot of stagger. They normally do not have a lot of poise damage. And even her burst doesn't have any poise damage. Or at least like none that I can see. I just love these mech, right? Like who doesn't love these mech? When you're standing around waiting for them to come towards you, they walk. They walk as if they're at a fashion show. Like they just walk as slowly as possible when you're waiting for them to come towards you. But when you're actually trying to do stuff, that's when they go crazy. That's when we're like, nope, you're not attacking me. Nope, you can't move. You can't do anything. Haha. This is your go-to team for Clorinde? Not really. It's sort of like a... It just works team. So far, if I'm using her in the overworld, yeah. This is what I use. In the overworld or in domains. Sorry, normal attack highest damage multiplier. I think that was you who mentioned that earlier. Yeah, I did see that message from earlier. There's a boss in Wuthering Waves who doesn't attack you first. He will give you the chance to attack first. He also walks slowly, like these mech. Pretty cool. They look cool, but they're cringe. They're cringe to play against. It's so annoying. But yeah, I get the, you know, all right, cool, unique enemy mechanics, great. And I know it's definitely just a skill issue. Also, did I just completely forget to use to do weekly bosses? I did. I did completely forget to do weekly bosses. I got distracted by getting Clorinde.
いいだろう。
Remember, I like about 2 hours ago, maybe, or an hour ago. I don't know how long ago it was. I was standing right in front of the domain for this weekly boss. I was rambling. I did a single pull, got Clorinde, and then it just went like sideways from there.
怖いかそれとも恐怖を抱く勇気すらないか
覚えたわよ。私のお家にいる。
私と打ち合うこの燃え上がる炎で少しはまともになった潔白を証明闇来たら破滅の時にカウントダウン開始だ射撃準備滑稽だ私と打ち合う
剣女盤石
漠然と逃げ惑う囚われおののく獣の群れのようだ
Who won't get distracted by Clorinde? I mean, any no, yeah. What straight dude wouldn't get distracted by Clorinde, right?
全員を焼き届けるといい 悪を極め影を張り付け実は影を打つ全ての始まりに過ぎん
Why do you save up those Abyss artifact loot boxes? Because I've already started. No, seriously. Really, that's actually my answer. Because I've already saved up so many of them that I don't really want to use them anymore. Cuz okay, all right, here's my logic, okay? So I already have, let's say I have 100 of them. Okay, at this point I have way more than 100. But I have 100 of them. And obviously, every Abyss, you only get a certain amount. And by the time that I get 100, I'll feel like, wow, if I use 50 of these now, it'll take a long time for me to get back to 100 again. And it'll take even longer for me to get to 200, to 300, to 400. So that's sort of the situation I'm in now. Because I have so many of them already. I have such a big number of them in total already. I don't want to use them anymore. Because it'll take me a long time to get back to however many I have right now. Do you ever plan to open them eventually? I really don't know. The 4 stars, I can see a scenario where I might want to open them someday. Like, for example, if I just want some fodder, then maybe it'll happen. But even now, I need a lot of fodder to level up. Even right now would be the perfect scenario. Oh, hey, what's up, Bozan? Wait, weren't you here like 2 hours ago? Yeah, like even now is the perfect scenario that I should be opening both the 5-star ones and the 4-star ones, because like 5-star ones, all the trash artifacts I get from them, I will dump them into the strong box to get better artifacts for my Clorinde. Great. And then the 4-stars I can use as fodder. But even now, I feel like it's still not worth it. So I'll just wait. It's not a do or die scenario. My Clorinde getting better artifacts will happen eventually. And even now she has a usable build already, so it's not a, I'm not in a rush. I like how you have autocorrect installed in your brain as an English teacher. You automatically changed from by to by, which is grammatically correct. It's just something that I've had in me from when I was a kid. It's a bit of an obsession, and I'm not like that with everything, but I am like that with a few things, and especially English. Today's weekly boss drops was trash for me. Didn't get the dream solvent. It requires materials. Also, oh, that sucks. Oh, I didn't do anything. That could have been a window. That was a pretty decent DPS window. Well, that was awful. Maybe yesterday, first time today. Okay, my bad, man. My bad. I must have thought, yeah, maybe in my mind I was thinking of somebody else, thinking it was you. Yeah, I've always had this obsession with English. Like, so the furthest memories I have of this like obsession that I've had with saying things correctly, in English specifically, I don't really care about any other language, but in English specifically, has been with me since forever. Like the furthest memory I have of it was when I was a kid, like maybe 6 or 7 years old, maybe 8, watching cartoons, like Disney, Cartoon Network cartoons, and thinking, oh, they're speaking English, oh, they're cool, they're funny, like me thinking, like child brain, right? Oh, this is my favorite character in this show. I like him because he's cool, I like him because he's funny, I like him because whatever. Whatever reason I had, I idolized some of them because I thought they were funny, they looked cool, they looked badass, whatever my reasons were. So I wanted to copy them. I wanted to imitate them. Maybe deja vu. Yeah, exactly. Right, it could be deja vu. Yeah. Yeah, and so I wanted to imitate them, and because they were speaking English. But at the time, I didn't have a concept. I didn't understand the concept of people in different countries speaking different languages. I didn't know about that concept yet. All I knew was that these people talked like this. They used different words than what I was hearing from the people around me. And I wanted to do that. I wanted to copy how they spoke, how they acted, what they did, etc., how they looked. And yeah, that was sort of a thing for me. And especially as I got older, when I finally started to watch real life movies, like not just cartoons, but also like adult movies, right? Like oh, sorry, not adult movies. What? That sounds weird. Sounds weird. Oh, so movies like Terminator, right? John Connor in Terminator 2 was pretty cool, right? Like what 10-year-old wouldn't want to try and imitate him? What 10-year-old wouldn't want to try and have the same hairdo? Wouldn't want to act in the same like bad boy kind of way, especially in the 2000s, right? In the early 2000s, that was the thing. That was why, like, that was how dudes wearing earrings became a thing, at least in those days, because it was like the bad boy look. Ben 10, yeah, Ben 10 was another one, right? So yeah, so I was very particular about how I spoke, and obviously it's a movie, right? So they make it so that the characters speak clearly, concisely, not necessarily, you know, because like, right, but for the sake of people watching to be able to understand them. But in the real world, people don't always speak that clearly, as clearly as they do in movies. It's mostly for the plot of the movie. Sorry, not for the plot, but so that people can clearly understand what they're talking about and can follow the story. So that's why I sort of, even though the way I speak now is, sure, there are a lot of people in English-speaking countries that speak as clearly as this, but they are certainly in the minority. And this minority just so happened to be how people spoke on TV, in movies, in cartoons, because they had to make sure those movies, TV shows, and cartoons, like the characters in them spoke clearly so that people could understand them and were able to follow the plot, the story, a little bit more than if they spoke more realistically. Alright, time to do the other accounts. And so from then on, my obsession with just speaking as closely as, like, I just wanted it to be, I didn't know what perfect English was at the time. I didn't know about that concept yet. Like, I learned English in school, in English class in school, but I didn't have a very good I didn't have, like, I was young, right? I didn't know much else about the world at the time. In fact, like, when I first got English class in school, I was kind of excited. I was like, oh, we're going to learn English? The teacher's going to be speaking in English. That means all my classmates are going to be speaking English, and I'm going to be able to speak in English finally. Right? And I was pretty excited. But it was, on the first day, I was a little disappointed when I heard the teacher speak, and they didn't speak in the way that the people on TV spoke. So I was a little disappointed by that. I was a little disappointed by that. So then, like, the next day or the next following days, I got my hopes up, thinking like, oh, maybe that was because that was just the first day. Maybe my teacher will speak more like the people on TV. in a few more days. And so I waited, and it never happened. And then that was the time when I realized, oh, I guess I still won't have anyone to use this to speak in English to. I was here earlier. I woke up. You went to bed? Is it nighttime where you are, Jelly? Expectations, yeah, exactly. Until everything is done and dusted for the day. That's actually, yeah, like, unless if I'm just so tired or if I'm like running late to do something really important, yeah. But as long as it's none of those things, then I really do not stop until I'm completely done with everything for the day. You ever tried Omegle? No. I'm too socially awkward to meet random people. Same for you. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I guess we're in the same time zone, Jelly. Have you ever streamed other games other than Genshin? There was that one time where I think... Oh yeah, I'm not sure. Was it... It was either right before a version update, or I started the stream before the daily server reset, so I thought I wouldn't have anything to do in Genshin anyway for like an hour until the daily server reset, or it was like an hour before a version update. I don't remember. It was either one of those. I was playing GTA 5, but then what ended up happening was I didn't do anything. I just ended up like driving around for like 10 minutes, and then I stopped for like half an hour, just rambling for half an hour and not doing anything in the game. And then either the daily server reset happened, or the version update was the maintenance break was over, and then it was time for Genshin. But other than that, no, never done it before. Another thing too is like, okay, this is a little awkward for me, right? Because I don't make money from streaming. I've mentioned that plenty of times before. Well, yes, sure, I have ad revenue on, and etc., but it's not enough to even make up for how much electricity I'm using up. So I can't exactly, and like I'm not exactly someone who is in a financial situation who can just spend $20 or $60 to buy a video game. I can't eat a video game. I can't wear it. I can't use it to I can't use it to survive. Right? It's not a necessity. And like I said, I'm not exactly in a financial situation to be spending money that isn't for necessities. So I can't buy video games, and whatever other video games I might like, they either have to be free to play, or I got them through other means. And that's a little awkward. It's a little awkward to be streaming a video game that I didn't pay for. Oh. Forgot to hold E. It's a little awkward to be like, so streaming, like, in today's world, people kind of see it as like, oh, you're streaming, you're playing video games. That means you're trying to make money by playing video games and streaming it. So if somehow, some way, like something on my screen that I didn't realize was different from someone who actually paid for the game, and right, like, and I didn't realize, and it's in my VOD, it's in my live stream, it's in the VODs, and I didn't realize that that thing would be different if I actually paid for the game. That would be really awkward and could potentially get me into trouble. And it just feels kind of bad that I'm in some way, in one way or another, I'm kind of trying to make money through playing a video game, but I didn't pay for the video game, so essentially it's, you know, it's piracy is what's happening. And it's not even just piracy for personal use, it's piracy for in a way commercial use. Well, not necessarily commercial, but like I'm trying to make money for it, but I'm not, like, I didn't pay for it at all. I can't imagine his exact reaction to a horror game. RJ should try a horror game. No, no. That would make for some good content. But then I would have to so for a very long time now, I've been a very family friendly. My streams have been very family friendly. I've always tried, put in the effort to avoid cussing, and I don't think I've ever slipped so far. At least none that I remember of. But if I play a horror game, I think that might be the day. That might be the day where I'd have to, you know, just for those streams specifically, I'd have to change my mind. But here, RJ, I can conclude RJ is pretty good in reacting. Reacting, sorry, what do you mean by reacting? Like reacting, like, you know, doing reaction content, or you would want to see my reaction when playing a horror game? Hey, 1 daily commission. Tag in the water. Oh. No. Okay. Those are just hilly trails, I think. What was your first stream about? I don't remember specifically, but all of my first streams, not my first stream, like the very first one, but like all my first streams from way back then were all about farming crystal chunks. Yeah, that was my thing back then. In fact, my very first 2 or 3 or 4, I don't know how many videos, were all about farming crystal chunks. Because that was... So, I held off on doing YouTube for a very long time. In fact, I wanted to start doing YouTube. I wanted to make content for Genshin on YouTube from way back then, from even way back, even before Inazuma. Yeah, even before Inazuma. But then I kind of felt like I didn't really have anything of value. No, I actually did start making videos before Inazuma, but like I wanted to start way before that. Way before that. and I just kind of like I didn't know anything about the game just yet. It took me a very long, like I've said multiple times, like it just takes me a very long time to learn any video game, especially when I don't have anyone that I can sort of share ideas with, exchange ideas with. It takes me even longer. So it took me a very long time to understand anything about Genshin. Until the point when, okay, I needed to farm crystal chunks, but then like nobody had the specific information that I wanted. Nobody knew exactly like what time exactly the crystal chunks would spawn. Nobody knew exactly what time I could talk to the blacksmith in Liyue and Mondstadt. And nobody knew exactly which spots I had to farm and which spots I could not have to spend, waste time in going towards. But then after some time, I eventually figured that out myself. Like through a bit of research, I found out like at least the base information. And then through my own actions, I eventually figured it out. And that's when I started making those my very first videos. What's up, Long Tiger? What the? Oh, they expired. Yeah, so that was the main topic of my first videos, my very first videos, and my very first streams. And if you look back to my older videos, some of my oldest videos, you'll see that it was like a hodgepodge of a lot of different kinds of videos. Like I kind of didn't really know what I wanted to do, what I wanted to focus on. Like once I finished making my how to farm crystal chunks videos, I sort of ran out of ideas because like the information that I put out there was like a systemic information. It was like systemic knowledge where, okay, this is exactly how it works. And that's it. So this information is going to be relevant forever until something changes. And then nothing changed. Like even today, the crystal chunk, like the way crystal chunks work and respawn, etc., and talking to the blacksmiths of each respective regions are still exactly the same from way back then. And nowadays, because there are so many more regions now, they're like farming crystal chunks isn't really as important anymore. So my videos are irrelevant, but the information of it on it is not outdated. So at that point, I was like, okay, well now what? So I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I didn't really have like a passion for making any other kinds of videos, or like, and I wasn't knowledgeable enough to start to do like other stuff like guides or guides or theory crafting. I didn't know about that, so it was like a lot of my earliest videos were like a hodgepodge of different types of content. It was just like a mixture of different, like all the different kinds of content that I see from other, like from like various content creators. Like for example, videos that would tell people or like just show specifically, okay, what is an efficient way to do this event, right? Like basically, not really speed running per se, but like at least like rushing through certain events. No, all the events. Like I even made like a 3-minute video of a web event. At least I think it was 3 minutes, but I made like a very short video of a web event. I was also trying to make videos of my thoughts on like characters that are rerunning, characters that are releasing. I remember making spending like all day, like maybe like a day and a half, writing the script, filming footage, and editing for my thoughts on like a Hu Tao rerun from way back then. And it just didn't do very well. Mostly because I think so. If I remember at least some of my opinions in that video, and I think back to them now, and they weren't wrong, but they were also missing a lot of important information, a lot of important details. So yeah, and I know why it didn't do very well. Number one, the editing was terrible. Number two, like it was missing important. It was supposed to be an informative video, but it ended up, you know, because I'm not, again, like I said back then, I wasn't as knowledgeable as I am now. It just didn't really end up being actually knowledgeable, or sorry, informative, even though it was meant to be an informative type of video. We are the crystal gem and will always save. What? You think we can? Okay, I'm assuming that's a song. That's some song lyrics. I mean, your pauses and spot-on reactions with giggles are pretty good. You have that skill to entertain your audience without face cam. Your voice is good enough to keep us hooked. That is, man, you're gonna make me blush, man. That's, thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. I do have a Steam ID that my friend in Australia gave me, but I don't have good device to use that ID. Sorry, like a Steam. Your friend gave you a Steam ID, and I'm assuming. Okay, so I'm assuming they bought games on it, so it has a couple of games, but you just don't have a good enough PC to play those games on. What's the Steven Universe reference, Jelly? Oh, that's a Steven Universe thing. You know, I've never really understood why those cartoons were popular. Like, I know they're good. Like, that's what everyone says. But like, for some reason, I just have never gotten into them. Steven Universe and what's the other one? Like, what's the Rick and Morty? Yeah, Rick and Morty. There was another one with the bubblegum princess thing. Like, what was that again? I don't remember that one anymore. I don't remember the name, rather. Adventure Time, yeah, that's it. I know that show also had quite a lot of fans. Adventure Time, Steven Universe, Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty, I think, had about as much of a following as like some other like pretty big TV shows. I like this boss. Even though his design is weird, I don't know why I kind of find it beautiful. Really? Hey, I mean, everyone has their preferences, I guess. I do remember watching Adventure Time a little bit, but that was mostly because Adventure Time. I think Adventure Time is one of the old is one of the one that's older, right? Like it's older than Steven Universe, I think, and it's older than Rick and Morty, I think. I'm not sure. And I think I was able to watch a little bit of Adventure Time because it was out, or at least it was showing when I was still in college, and I still had like a bunch of free time. I was young. I was like, what, 16, 17 years old, so I still have had a bunch of free time. Yeah, and I remember liking it. Now there is a different show on Cartoon Network now. Like, I don't know what the show is called. I'm trying to... What is this cartoon? I think it's pretty funny. I don't know the name, and I don't remember any of the characters' names either. So I'm not sure how I should go about looking this up. How do I put this? Like, I don't know if you guys know about this cartoon on Cartoon Network, but the characters are like, I don't even know if they're animals. Yeah, I think they're animals, but some of them are also like weird. Some of them are like, okay, so the cartoon is like the backgrounds are like, they're like pictures, static pictures of the real world. Like the hallways are just static pictures of a real hallway of a real school, but then the characters are like 2D and hand drawn, and one of the main characters is like, oh wait, what animal is he even? Like, I don't know what animal he is, but like his dad is like a big rabbit. Amazing World of Gumball? Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. Yeah. The Amazing World of Gumball. Gumball's a cat. It's just, you really, I don't know how to tell. Really. I think it's funny. Yeah, I think it's funny. It's like, I think it's very similar humor to like some of the old cartoons, like Tom and Jerry, Johnny Bravo, like some of the Hanna-Barbera cartoons. I think the humor is very similar, and they're also delivered in a similar way. So, and nowadays, today there's this cartoon that my son used to watch called something Grizzly and the Lemmings. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, something Grizzly and the Lemmings. It's like a bear and like creatures called lemmings. I have no idea what lemmings are. And it's very, I can very clearly see that it draws a lot of inspiration from, cartoons like Tom and Jerry. Yeah, it's basically like it's very clearly inspired by Tom and Jerry, but so it's in 3D, right? Because it's made today, and it's made today in the real world, and I appreciate that they have like a certain. I can see the little not really tricks, but like either artistic style decisions that they've had to make, or optimization, like animation optimization choices that they've had to make. Like for example, sometimes there's smoke, like there's smoke from them falling or like being dizzy or something, and then I can see that it's clearly drawn in 2D because it's a smoke simulation in a 3D software is so computing intensive, so they might as well just draw it in 2D and just track it in when they do like the final edits and stuff. Either that, or they just made like a flat 2D smoke looking thing in the 3D software. They could have done that, sure, maybe. But yeah, either way, the smoke is 2D instead of like simulating 2D or simulating it, doing a smoke simulation. And so I appreciate that there's like technical prowess now because like modern technology, they're using 3D software now, and like they have all the modern techniques and tools at their disposal, but what they lack is something that the people who worked on some of the classic cartoons had. And it's not something that I can point out because I don't have this thing that they had. The creativity, like the specific art direction, like knowing when they should like change the camera angle to here, and how much they should do it, how frequently they should do it, which angle should be next to deliver this punchline, this voiceless punchline into this visual comedy. And I don't feel it. I don't feel it in Grizzly and the Lemmings. Grizzly and the Lemmings are very repetitive. Like so like for example, I don't remember seeing any camera shake. Because camera shake is very important, right? Like it really helps in selling impact. Like for example, in Genshin, in some skills or bursts, you can see some camera shake, and if not camera shake, then like it makes it look like camera shake. Like for example, okay, when Eula's burst like pops, the sound effect, the sound design that they hang on, I think I picked the wrong one. No, I didn't pick the wrong one. All right, the sound design is so cool. Like it sounds like it's like compressed pressure, and then it just poof, right? And that plus the little animation, and this is perfect. Like I'm actually on my third account right now, and I have Eula here. Every episode was fun and unique. Yeah, exactly, right? Right, like, and every now and then you would see like the same like damage done to Tom, like every now and then, but it also wasn't very repetitive. Like you would see it like once every like 13 episodes, like once every like 20 episodes, and you'd only see it repeated like maybe 2 or 3 times throughout every single episode. Oh, sorry, not each episode, but like in all of the episodes, you'd only see it repeated like 2 or 3 times. And it was just creativity, I think, is what they had. Okay. Let's make a temporary Eula team. Just for now. Only I guess an electro character. What else should we add? Sure, I guess Bennett. Eula, there. I'm pretty sure my Eula is still built. Yeah. Okay, she's still built. Alright. Oh dear. None of my abilities are ready, but whatever. Right? Like, I'm not, okay, it happens too quickly. Like, and if I had a record, oh, you know what? I actually, well, this is not a recording, but I can actually look at it through, like, the live stream thing on YouTube. Hang on. Okay, I think it's camera shake. Yeah, okay, so there is camera shake. Yeah, so it is camera shake. I just looked at it on the YouTube thing, like a DVR thing. Gotta go do some assignments. Assignment work. Had a lot of fun today. It was fun talking to you. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us for quite a while, Thriller. Yeah, good luck with your assignments, man. Yeah, take care. Yeah, good night, man. Bye. So yeah, there is actual camera shake that happens when Eula's burst pops. And camera shake is something that I don't remember ever seeing in Grizzly and the Lemmings. Yeah, camera shake, good camera angles, because like I remember specifically in Grizzly and the Lemmings, like very often they just have like the camera angle set to like the zoomed out state where you just see everything happening at the same time, where Grizzly is, where the Lemmings are, instead of like switching the camera angle to point out what Grizzly is doing right in these 3 seconds, like preparing a trap or something. They're not focusing on exactly what the trap looks like. Instead, they're just showing like a wide angle view of the room, and that on the left part of the frame you can see the Lemmings peeking over at what Grizzly is doing, like something like that. And it just, I don't know, it just I remember talking to my wife about it, and my wife kind of doesn't really care about this stuff, but I remember having this thought while I was telling her my thoughts on it, thinking it seems so uninspired. It just seems like, I don't know, it if you could feel inspiration from the people who created the show, like I wasn't feeling it from Grizzly and the Lemmings. Now, I'm sure, granted, they were probably very inspired to finish the show by the deadline. But other than that, I don't know how motivated they were to make the show unique and look funny, and to sell the different hits, to sell the impact. It's okay. Make your son try Moomin Valley cartoons. The best for kids. If I can remember, I'll try to remember, because we don't have cable TV anymore. Our son kind of broke our TV a couple of years back, and like not necessarily like the TV's not fully broken, but it's like I think it's an electric issue that we've tried having we tried having it fixed, but like the electrician didn't know exactly where the problem was. So the TV still overall works, but it just takes a very long time for it to turn on. And it gets worse the more we use it. Like, for example, on the first day, we plugged the TV in, we turned on the main power from like the power button on the TV, and then like the light would turn red, but like after our son broke it, the light would be blinking, and while that light was blinking, we couldn't turn it on via the remote yet until the light stopped blinking. And on the first day, maybe it took like 5 minutes, and then it would go steady, and then we could turn it on via the remote until Like, the more we kept using it, the longer it took for the power LED to go steady. And at some point, it was basically just blinking for the whole day until like 9 in the evening. And then 9 in the evening, we could finally turn it on and let our son watch a little bit for like 20 minutes before going to bed. And then repeat the next day until at one point, it just would never turn on. And we just didn't bother turning it on for like a week, for like a couple of weeks at a time. And then it would turn on a little faster than the last time we did it. But then at that point, we were paying for cable every month. And we were really only able to watch TV, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times a month. So we just had the cable disconnected. And now, even now, we don't allow our son to watch YouTube a lot. We hardly ever let him watch YouTube. Like, especially on school days, he could probably, during school days, within an entire school year, I think we only allowed him to watch YouTube or use the computer when he needed to for like homework or whatever. But for fun, like watching YouTube, playing games, maybe less than 10 times throughout the entire school year. And that includes watching cartoons, not just YouTube videos made by YouTubers. That also includes cartoons. Like, we don't allow him. And it's not about, like, okay, most parents do that. Oh, so which boss is this? Oh, yeah. Also, most parents do that because they think, oh, no, like, you know, radiation for the eyes, it's bad for the eyes and stuff. As for me, I don't really believe that watching too much TV or watching a screen, staring at a screen for a long time is not. I don't believe that is the only culprit why some people and many kids today have bad eyesight. And I think, and I very strongly believe that it is mostly because of a certain bad habit that some kids and some kids have that many parents don't pay attention to. RJ strict guys, RJ strict. I think I'm only strict on my son, like, because I feel an obligation to raise him to be a good person. A good person without any bad habits. And I would feel really bad if I raised him and like in a way that he somehow developed bad habits. Like, for example, if I raised him in such a way that he develops an addiction to video games, an addiction to watching videos, or became very lazy and became very lazy and would essentially procrastinate 99% of the time, no, 100% of the time with everything, even with very important stuff, right? Because I wasn't strict enough on him, I wasn't harsh enough on him. Like, I would feel very bad if I was that kind of parent. And that's, I'm only strict with him, and I'm not strict with everyone else. I guess overall I'm strict with people that I'm in charge of, because I remember I was in charge of a couple of people when I at my last job from like that 3D job that I had. I was in charge of a couple of people, and I was kind of strict with the quality of their work. I guess I'm strict when I'm the one held responsible for something. Yeah, I guess that's a better way to put it. My mom made a rule of how long I read a book or how long I study is the exact amount of how long I watch YouTube. Yeah, that's good. That's really good, actually. I mean, I don't know much about your mom, but like, at least judging from that statement, it seems like your mom is informed. She's well informed about eye strain. I'm 22 and my glasses are negative 1.25. Sorry, Bozan. I'm not very familiar with I'm not familiar at all actually with how like eyesight grading works. So like could you explain to us what does negative 1.25 mean? I did have a slight drawback because after reading a lot of books my eyes did begin to hurt. Yeah, I guess that's eye strain. And now I understand it's a huge part of having good or bad eyesight is genetics. Genetics plays a very big part in it. Like if both your mom and dad have bad eyesight, then you're almost guaranteed to have bad eyesight too. But there's, because of how genetics works, there's still a small chance that you will have good eyesight, but the chances of that are very small if both your parents have bad eyesight and if both your parents have had bad eyesight from a very young age. But if both your parents have had very good eyesight all through their lives, even into adulthood, even now, then there's a very high chance that you will have the same eyesight, good eyesight until forever. But there's also a small chance that you might have bad eyesight. It's like how do I put it? It's like so the way I understand it is, I visualize it. I visualize it using multiplication. You know how like if you do 2 times 2, positive 2 times positive 2, you get positive 4. Right? So like 2 good genetics equals good genetics in their child. But if one of your parents has bad eyesight and one of your parents has good eyesight, again, because it's genetics, it's not 100% exactly like multiplication. There's a chance that it might become good. Your eyesight, you might have good eyesight, but there's also a chance that you might have bad eyesight. So if you do like negative 2 times positive 2, then you get negative 2. Right? So like there's a chance that you get bad eyesight, but it's genetics. There's a chance that it could be different, and there's a chance that it could be positive 2. But if you multiply negative 2 by negative 2, then you get positive 2, and that's me sort of visualizing that even if both your parents have bad eyesight, there's still a small chance that you might have good eyesight. But the chances of you having bad eyesight are much higher. It's not a perfect visualization for me, but it's sort of like the closest way that I can simplify how to understand it. And so other than genetics, another huge factor towards it is also habits. Habits and exactly how you do certain things. Like so I've noticed that I don't have very fast reaction speed to like when it comes to stuff visually. I don't have very fast reaction speed visually. And obviously, that is down to having slow reaction speed overall. But I also blame how I think I use my eyes. So I feel like very often the way that I use my eyes is like I'm very seldomly focusing on one thing, and very often I'm like looking at the overall picture. Like I don't know, like that's sort of how I feel I use my eyes, and it's not something that I do actively. It just seems to be how I use my eyes naturally. And instead of like always hyper-focusing on something, I seem to be very often focusing a little bit on many things instead of hyper-focusing on one thing, and which I think by hyper-focusing on one thing for a very long time, I think that introduces eye strain, because the way that I sort of understand it is like when you hyper-focus on something, it means you're using like one or a few of the tiny muscles in your eyes a lot, instead of the way that I seem to use my eyes, which is like only focus a little on many things instead of focusing a lot on one thing. Is the way that I picture it out is because I use my eyes like that naturally. I think maybe I'm using like more muscles, but I'm not using them a lot. Like they're not being used like maximized. It's like I don't know. That's sort of how I understand it. Like I'm sure it's probably not medically accurate, so please, this is not medical advice, but at least that's my understanding of it. For us young people, long-sightedness is a problem, and the power of our glasses is in negative. Okay, but for old people, their problem is short-sightedness. That their glasses power is in positive. Okay, long-sightedness means can see far but not near. Okay, yeah, I get this. Power of lend in sorry, what? Lens. Okay, I'm assuming this is lens. Our lens is an inverse of focal length of glasses, measured in meters. Unit is okay. Unit is diopter. Okay, I think I kind of get it. So you're saying that you are farsighted. In a lot of Asian countries, many kids are short-sighted. Yeah, short-sightedness is the problem for kids in many Asian countries. Yeah, but not all. But like specifically Japan, and most especially China. I don't see a pattern here in the Philippines just yet, but I see a lot more kids today wearing glasses than I did when I was a kid. And now I don't see that and think, oh no, a lot of kids today have bad eyesight. No, I kind of chalk that up to, it's just glasses overall today are cheaper to get than they were 20 years ago, because there's so much more competition, and that plus manufacturing processes have gotten better, technology's gotten better, so it's gotten easier to synthesize these different lenses, and the frames are, again, mass production processes have gotten a lot better, so they're a lot cheaper to produce overall, and I guess like trading between countries has gotten a lot easier and a lot smoother. So even if those materials are imported, they're going to be a lot cheaper than they were 20 years ago. So I kind of chalk that up to that. Plus, jobs today seem to be a lot more accessible than they were 20 years ago. Now, granted, I think, at least, I'm not sure. Obviously, I couldn't track employment rates when I was, like 20 years ago when I was a kid, when I was in second grade or third grade. But I kind of feel like the employment rates today are a little lower than they were 20 years ago. But that's not because it's harder to find a job today. In fact, I think it's easier to find a job today. but there are just more people today. More people, and there are more jobs today than there were 20 years ago, but there were also less people back then, and there are just way more people now. So in proportion to country populations, I think there are less jobs now in like, relative to each country's population compared to 20 years ago. But jobs also were just harder to find back then because education wasn't as easily accessible back then. And I think I kind of chalk it up to that, like why I see more kids here in the Philippines wearing glasses than I did 20 years ago. First name, I was wrong. Young ones have short-sightedness, but power is in negative. Ah, oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. So I think one of the reasons is that so like I said earlier, one of the biggest factors that affect people's eyesight, I'm pretty sure, is genetics. The other one is also habits, and it's not just habits by like how you. Like the thing that I mentioned earlier about like how I think I use my eyes compared to like most other people. But the habit that I'm talking about is like, so today we have very easy access to instant entertainment at our fingertips. Smartphones, tablets, computers, the internet in general. Yeah, there's just a lot easier access to instant entertainment. And parents today kind of just don't seem to want to be bothered with having to like discipline their children enough that they will behave even when they have nothing, when they're bored and they're talking to their friends, they're hanging out with their friends, or like they have a visitor at home and they're entertaining the visitor. They're like giving them tea, giving them snacks, etc. And they want their kid to behave. Today, they just give them a phone and like, okay, go sit over there, stop bothering me. It just seems to be the case like everywhere. And back then, that wasn't an option. The only option was to either get mad at your child or discipline them enough that you just they will just know to behave when they're in that situation. And so the entire time I've been drawing RJ's character, having his profile picture as his face. You know, someone else did that too. They were certainly a lot better than me at drawing, but it wasn't like professional level. But yeah, they were certainly a lot better than me at drawing, and I thought it was cute. He made I think I pinned it somewhere on our Discord server. I don't remember. I think I did, but it's pretty cute. But yeah, so that plus so parents today, okay, man, this goes really far and wide. Set it on Discord later. All right, hey, thank you, Em. Yeah, this goes really far and wide as well. So another thing too is, okay, so because of how much the internet has matured and how freely accessible information is today, it is so much easier for us now to see news of like kids getting kidnapped or kids getting kidnapped, like news that makes parents be afraid of letting their kids get out and play. And some of that is also down to misinformation. Like, for example, some people who just want views on their posts and stuff, or like it's, you know, it's their job to do stuff like that, like to generate social media posts that generate a lot of views. Maybe it's their some people that's their job. But some of them, like really, and it's awful. This is a thing that just I see here everywhere. People will believe in anything on Facebook, and it is kind of sad that people aren't educated enough to think rationally about whether or not this random Facebook post they see on Facebook is logically correct or logically possible or not. And what often happens is so people will use old images from like old news, and they will pass it off as new news. Pass it off as new news, and like they will make up a story behind it, and then like they will use like an old picture or an old video of news that happened like 25 years ago, and then people will just suck it up and they'll be like, oh my god, this is awful. You know what, Junior, starting from now on you're not allowed to play outside. Look at this, there's people taking kids. These people, do you want these people to take you away from us? And these parents are also planting the seeds of the fear that this, like when a child goes out to play on his own without parent supervision, that he will get kidnapped or something bad's gonna happen. And I understand that is very, very possible. That's the reason why we have news like that, is because stuff like that actually did happen, but to the detriment of now kids staying indoors and parents feeling bad about their kids not having anything to do and just letting them, giving them full access all the time to the phone, to the iPad, to the computer, to the internet in general. And there you go. Now they have a social media addiction, an addiction to having instant entertainment all the time, and they also have bad eyesight. Yeah, I know that parenting from 20 years ago wasn't perfect, but it's certainly, I'm pretty sure it was a lot better than parenting today. After COVID, the internet is now boring for me. Alright, I'm gonna assume that you got full access to the internet 24/7 minus sleeping time. You know, in recent months, I've been getting bored of my YouTube feed. So, at least as of right now, I know the exact things that I like watching and I like hearing about and I like listening to, like either certain tech news. What else? Okay, so I've recently subscribed to this anime website, or sorry, anime YouTube channel, and so that plus what else? Okay, Kurzgesagt, it's like science contact, Astrum, and like and a few other things. And as of right now, I don't know what else I want. So the things that I'm subscribed to right now are the exact things, the exact videos that I want to watch, the exact information that I want to learn about or hear about or listen to, and that's it, and nothing else. So my problem is I've sort of like I don't watch every video they make. I don't watch every live stream they do. I don't listen to every news they provide. which means I now have a very limited, I guess, amount of videos that I can consume. So very often in recent months, I'll open up YouTube, go into my subscription feed, and I'll scroll down a little bit, and I'll realize, oh, these were the videos that I scrolled down to yesterday, and I knew I didn't see anything in here that I wanted to watch, and then I'll just be like, okay, now what do I do? Yeah, I think that is a very well, not serious problem. It's not like a life-threatening problem, but it's certainly a problem that I think people should start addressing. Is people are so used to, and at this point so dependent on having instant entertainment, something to take up their attention. But 20 years ago, we didn't have that. Like, if you were on a bus on your way to somewhere, or if you were riding the ferry, crossing the river, crossing the New York River from like wherever to New York Island or whatever. 20 years ago, you would just be sitting there waiting for the boat to arrive, or you would be looking around. You would be looking around at the back of the chair in front of you. You'd be looking outside the window. You'd be looking at people. You might even be just starting a conversation with someone. Whereas today, once you're like, okay, well, what can I do? I'm just sitting here. Pull out your phone, reach into your pocket, pull out your phone, and that's it. Until the ferry arrives, until you have to get up. But what if that's gone? Because we've grown up with such things. Now we don't know what to do with ourselves if we don't have it. Like if the internet's down, if our phone's dead, or if somehow all technology on Earth disappeared or something. I don't know, like because of nuclear war. We wouldn't know what to do with ourselves, and I think we would go mad from boredom. So RJ, what kind of isekai do you watch? I watched a couple of isekai anime right now. So I recently got into reincarnated as a slime. I believe it's called Tensura in Japanese, or like at least the shortcut of its Japanese name, Tensura. And for a while now, I've been watching Mushoku Tensei. What other isekai have I watched? Let me think. I can't recall. I think. Like, I can't remember any other isekai that I've watched. Those are the only isekai I remember watching. I do have this other isekai content that I consume. It's fan fiction, but it's also isekai. Like, but it's not your average. Like, it's not your typical isekai. It's like the main character was written based on the writer and his personality, and he got isekai'd into Danmachi, and then he got a different body, became a woman. Became a like a half fox, half human kind of race of person, and he's now a woman in Danmachi. His story happened over there, blah blah blah, and then at some point gets isekai'd again into High School DxD. And then story happens over there, really long story happens over there, and then gets isekai'd back into Danmachi. Story happens again, and then gets isekai'd into, now the story is currently in Rising of the Shield Hero. So the story is going on there. I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. It's a pretty fresh take on the isekai genre. It's fan fiction, but the only reason why it's fan fiction is because like he gets isekai'd into already existing anime IP. But if the guy had spent like okay, it's gonna take a lot more time creating his own worlds. But if he did make his own worlds, his own like new worlds for the main character to isekai to, it wouldn't be fan fiction. I think it would just be an original work. Hey, what's up, Siddhartha? What's up, man? Anime talk? Yeah. Well, that's we talk about anime every now and then. Yeah, especially just now because like Ems asked about isekai. I recommend watching Parallel World Pharmacy. Oh, I think I heard of that a couple of months ago. I got reincarnated as the Seventh Prince. I don't watch that one, but I've been I've been following on YouTube this so I don't know if you guys know about this, but like for a good long while now, these YouTube channels, these recap channels have been popping up everywhere. They recap all sorts of things. Like some of them recap manga, some of them recap movies, anime, and I've been following this series from this one channel, which is just a recap of reincarnated as the Seventh Prince. Yeah, and it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. And like it makes me feel the same way as how I feel about One Punch Man. Now, I know One Punch Man is not an isekai, but in the reincarnated Seventh Prince, the MC is overpowered, just like One Punch Man. But he doesn't want anyone to know that he's overpowered. Not very much like One Punch Man, but in One Punch Man, nobody knows how overpowered he is. So, the only thing that I'm looking forward to in One Punch Man, and the same exact thing with reincarnated as Seventh Prince, is I'm waiting for the moments when their enemies and everyone, all the side characters, all the good guy side characters, find out how OP the MC is, and I want to see their reaction. And I want to see their jaws drop and realize like how overwhelmingly OP the MC is. And that is like literally what I'm waiting for every time a new chapter of manga from One Punch Man comes out. And it's the same thing now with reincarnated as the Seventh Prince. From how long are you watching? What do you mean, how long are you watching? What kind of anime do you like? It's hard to explain. I don't really have a specific anime genre that I'm a fan of. I will generally look at the art style and the action, if there is action. If there is no action, then I will generally look at the art style and the character models. Sorry, not character models. It's not a video game, but the art style, the character designs, and then I'll use that to decide if I think I should give it a shot. So far, okay, I guess I'll just say like some of my favorite anime. Yeah, it's like there's quite a wide variety of it. So Naruto, that's mostly because that was like one of the better anime from way back then. Naruto, Bleach. So today that would be Danmachi, Mushoku Tensei, Tensura, I like Demon Slayer, but not as much, especially after I watched the Blacksmith Village arc season, whatever season that was. I don't know why, like it was cool, the action was cool, like the story, I'm happy the story is moving forward, but I just didn't like how many times I got baited into thinking like, oh, it's finally over. It's finally over. They're cutting it, and there's like it also. I don't know why, but that season for me kind of felt so much like Dragon Ball. And nothing against Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball was great, especially for its time. And it was clearly an anime not meant for just adults. It was clearly an anime meant for kids and like young teens. Where in the Blacksmith Village arc of the anime in Demon Slayer, I just felt like there was a lot of like, okay, hey, I'm gonna like, you are not truly human, you're not truly fighting me, you coward, blah 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 blah, you coward, and then like fight me fair, etc. And then like a lot of screaming, and a lot of like, I've got you this time. And then like, nope, it's gonna take me another 3 or 4 episodes before I get to touch your neck again. And then once I touch your neck again, this is it, I have to give it my all. Yoink. Nope. Hey, what's up, Johan? How you doing, man? Oh, Death Note. You just reminded me of another anime that I think I like. No, I don't remember. What was it? It was something similar to Death Note, but I can't seem to quite put my finger on it. I also remember watching this anime. Not the anime itself, but an anime recap on YouTube of this anime. It's like a bunch of high school girls who are apparently undercover agents, and then there's this one, like the MC is this like girl who's like really good at her job, but apparently she has an artificial heart. I don't know if you know that anime. I don't know. Danmachi, Belcranel one? Yes, that's right. I don't know if you know the anime that I'm talking about. Like the MC's the MC's like a girl who has like an artificial heart, and she doesn't like using real bullets. Instead, she likes using rubber bullets. I like the art style. I like the character design, and it's there's like a part of it. Yeah, it's like partly wholesome, but partly action, so like it's like my type of anime. And same thing with Danmachi, it's like partly wholesome, partly action, and not too much screaming, not too much screaming louder to become stronger. And what else? Like strong MCs? It depends on, it depends. If it's written well, then yes. Like for example, One Punch Man is like one of the first, I think, mainstream anime / manga. My stream's delayed, but yeah, I'm actually cooking some 5-star dishes right now. Oh, cool. Yeah, so like One Punch Man, for example, I think is one of the first mainstream anime / manga where you have like it's like the opposite of Naruto. Like Naruto had a lot going for him, like he had the 9 tails inside of him, so he was sort of on the road to becoming one of those strongest ninja ever. But he had to go through a lot of hardship, a lot of training, etc., to be able to achieve that. And without all that hardship and training, he wouldn't have become like as strong as he was. Granted, like with the 9 tails itself, he would have still gotten pretty strong, but not as strong as he is now. But with an anime like One Punch Man, the MC is just straight up OP, and nobody stands a chance, and everything is just a joke to him, and he doesn't take anything seriously. So I like that dynamic where like the MC is just so bored because he's so OP. And I know that people get different, like are looking for different parts of anime like that. Like some people, for example, just want to see the OP MC beat up bad guys and one punch them into death. As for me, every time a new volume, a new chapter comes out in the manga, all I'm looking forward to is seeing the next time one of the strongest heroes realize that, oh my god, this guy's OP. What is this guy doing? Why won't he work? Why won't everything work that I did? Etc. And then like they realize, wow, this guy's like way OP, and I'm so out of it. Like he is so out of my league, etc. But if it's written in such a way that I have to wait for so long in between those moments that I kind of get tired of it, then I won't enjoy it anymore. Hey, what's up, Rayan? How you doing, man? Some 0.51 51 cent ramen with boiled eggs. What are your opinions on AOT? AOT? Speaking of Danmachi and Mushoku Tensei, I seem to really like anime by Egg Firm. From my understanding, Egg Firm itself isn't an animation studio. They're more like an anime. They're more like a company that has a lot of money that they own anime studios. At least that's what I understand of what Egg Firm is. And I seem to really like anime from Egg Firm. Like I like their art style, the art style of like the different animation studios they got under them, and I seem to they seem to only take certain projects that have like a certain tone to them in the writing and the storytelling. What is this? Remember me, the Toma guy? Oh yeah, of course. Attack on Titan. I see. Thank you. Attack on Titan, I liked it. I did not bother watching the anime. I watched the first 2 seasons? Yeah. I watched the first 2 seasons, but then I got tired of waiting, so I just read the manga, and I finished it, and that's it. I stopped watching the anime. I don't have much of an opinion of the anime, like from the fact that I've only watched the first 2 seasons. But the first 2 seasons were really lit, really cool. As for the manga, the storytelling, I liked it. I liked how it's not your typical like happily ever after. Well, eventually it was happily ever after for everyone else, but not the MC. Like the MC sort of like was at peace because like, well, he's dead, so how much more peace can you get when you're dead, right? So yeah, sure, he's at peace, but it's not your typical happily ever after. I like the twist towards the end of the story. I think that was cool, and it was intense, so I liked it. I liked Attack on Titan. It was also a very new style of no, not style. I guess genre. Yeah, a very new genre of anime. Like, so I'm sure it can be categorized in some already established genres from before Attack on Titan came out. But like the idea of giants coming to attack you in your kingdom, and your only job is to be your job is to be like the people that fight off these giants and find out where they come from and stop them from coming. Like, I thought that was a cool idea. It was new, it's fresh. I liked it. I did the anti-shogun quest, unlock the boss. Hey, nice, congrats, man. Plot twist is flipping nuts in the later season, dude. I was flipping mind blown I had literal chills. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Like, it was really cool. Like, the moment where I realized there was going to be a twist. There was going to be a very cool twist to the storytelling, was when there was this. Oh, so I read the manga. Okay, all right. Spoiler alert! In case you haven't watched all of Attack on Titans, you can look away now, or at least like turn off your ears, whatever, mute. Is that scene where it seemed to be like a retirement home for injured soldiers, and whoever this character was that we were following was talking to this random dude who seemed to also be like one of the people staying in that retirement home for injured soldiers. And apparently the plot twist was like, wow. I was very surprised at how extreme all of a sudden it got. Like, it all of a sudden got really extreme, quite dark. Like the fact that he cut off his arm, I think it was his arm and leg, just to be able to blend into that place, to infiltrate that place. That was all of a sudden really extreme. And like, I was caught off guard by how extreme all of a sudden the storytelling and like how dark the story got. I guess if you guys consider Avatar: The Last Airbender as an anime, then I also really like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, to the point where it's like probably my all-time favorite, I guess, piece of media of all time. I know that some people consider Avatar: The Last Airbender to be an anime. Wish yesterday didn't get him. I wish yesterday didn't get him. Got Bennett. Didn't get who? Who's him? You mean Bennett? Toma? What do you mean? You wish you didn't get Toma? But you said you liked Toma.
射撃準備。風の行く先を行こう。邪悪を狩り撃つ。
とはびこりなさい。
お嬢様の仰せ。
影を撃つ。
Didn't get Toma when I wished. On the banner, I got Bennett instead. Wanted Toma. Oh, alright. I get it. It's alright, man. It happens. Practical reasons, though. I think it's better that you know, like, objectively speaking, I think it's better that you got Bennett. Hey, what's up, Abby? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Tired? Oh, what's up? Nothing happened really, I'm just tired. I see. Well, me too. Me too. Yeah, it's getting really late, guys. I'm so sorry to be the very bad news, Abby, but you came really late. As you can tell, we've been going for wow, almost 5 hours now. I'm surprised. Yeah, like that's it for today's stream. It's getting pretty late. Anyway, so for anyone in chat who needs help building their characters' accounts, making a decision which banners to pull for, feel free to join our Discord server. Links are in the description of all my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. If you want my opinion personally, you can ask. You can ping me over there. My name is Elvis Einstein on Discord, but of course you can ask for other people's opinions too. Thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. I somehow always come at the very start or the very end of a stream. Well, yeah, that is. I have noticed that actually. Yeah, now that you mention that, that's true. Anyway, bye everyone. Have a good one.
決闘では様々な敵と戦ってきた。ほとんどの者は敗れ、残り